coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, set I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a...
Good morning. Good morning. It's early and I slept later than usual. So for those of you just getting up on the Central Coast, the East Coast, some of you are probably still waking up on the West Coast. Thanks for coming in. We're going to get our new day 4 of Karen coverage in. Good morning, Butterfly. Good to see you. Let me get set up here. I saw Law and Crime went live a second ago, but I think it's just their usual fan watching abilities. I'm going to double check everything here. Oh. Okay. You've been awake, girl. The last 2 mornings, I have not been doing my usual 4 to 4:30 a.m. wake up, which has been surprising me. I'm like, what in the world? I think I'm worn out from trial coverage. Okay. Yeah, they're showing a visual of outside the courtroom. I need to let me do this real quick while I have a moment here. Take this down and go do this. Butterfly should be up at some point here soon. I said butterfly, I meant firefly. Butterfly's with me. And guys, we had some new documents drop yesterday evening in the Koberger case that we're going to take a look at today during lunch. Okay, now that I'm done multitasking, I can come back. Okay. Let me open this up so I can see. Go away, screen. Okay. So like I was saying, some interesting documents come down. We were waiting on a few more motions to get orders written upon. It looks like we got some of those, I think 3 actually, because one was another sealed document. And I didn't feel like coming back live last night just to talk about that guy. I'm just double checking while we're sitting here wasting time to see if anything else dropped overnight. I'll also check the Stearns for an update. Why do I continue to hit the wrong button? I'm not trying to go into YouTube. Goodness. Y'all can tell I have not been awake for maybe an hour. Okay. I just got my first cup of coffee too. So unusual. I feel like a little out of sorts. Okay, let me get this so I can see. So they issued an order on the motion in limine, the defendant's motion in limine on vague and undisclosed expert testimony. There were some particular information within that document, let's just say it that way, that we're going to go over. Order on defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, RE, the autism spectrum disorder, and an order on the state's motion in limine regarding the text messages and 911 call. The 1, 2, 3 other documents that were there are to be sealed. Their witness exhibits and list. If I said that right. All right, now let's go stalk all Stearns bullshit and see what he's got. Let me pull up the screen on those so I can keep an eye on court. Let me text my kiddo back. Sorry. Okay. Alrighty. Stearns, where are you at? Where's your docket? And let me double check the camera feed from the courtroom. Y'all got also a new interview dropped overnight. Okay, so Arizona news station there locally interviewed Lori Vallow right after the Dateline interview. And those of us who tried to review it and recover it, if we used it in our clips, they wanted to strike us. Or, they wanted to violate us for doing so. Crush's whole entire live was taken down like twice during. But anyway, that same place, same outlet did another interview with Lori since her conviction. And I only watched a piece of it because I saw it this morning. And I'm debating on still playing it regardless. Let them yell at me. What are they going to do? Strike me? I got 3 shots before I'm out. But I want to see the interview. I wanted to watch it with my crew. All right, let me check the docket here for Stearns. See if they put anything in since we were waiting on one thing to come out. An order, I believe it was, since the trial, or since the damn hearing. The receipt for the release of evidence is now viewable. Well, we knew that part, the CDs and the affidavits. Is that the only? Yeah, so still nothing new on there that come out to take a look at or worth, needing to get a review for. Good morning. Yeah, Pokemom, she did a damn interview, and I'm so tempted we're going to go ahead and look it over. I don't even care. I don't understand why this news outlets, they know people are going to look at their interviews. It's like Steve Gonzalez did a whole interview with Drunk Turkey. I watched it last night, and this morning he released an edited version where he doesn't go into welcoming his crowd in the beginning. It's just a re-release of nothing but the interview, and I thought, are we allowed to go over this? Because I certainly would love to go over that interview without him getting upset with me. But what's he gonna say? Please don't do that. I gotta fix something real quick. I appreciate him getting the interview, and I appreciate the conversation the two of them had. I really do. I know that not everybody's a big fan of Steve Gonzalez. I don't really care what people's personal feelings are on him anymore. You know what I mean? The man's got a right to come out and say whatever the hell he wants. It was his daughter, right or wrong. Whether we agree with it or not, it's my opinion. But I listen to him normally when he's doing an interview. Doesn't mean I'll glean anything or learn anything new or I can take it all to the bank, but I'm pretty smart. But I still enjoyed seeing that. I'm curious to know if any of you guys watched that interview last night. We had talked about it yesterday, before we went off air, and we dropped the link to Drunk Turkey Show in case any of you wanted to go over and check that out. So, well, Karen and her crew are arriving outside the courtroom. I can throw the feed up to give you guys something to look at. I didn't want to go into like interview coverage or doing anything in case they start this court proceeding and we have to stop what we're doing. So I thought I'd just take the time this morning to chit chat with you guys and say hello. And there was News Nation also did a piece on that Carrie Roberts, that interview, or not that interview, but that testimony. And I think it's going to be interesting. We're going to review that. The lunch breaks for KarenRead trial do not go as long as Lori Vallow's lunch breaks. And Court TV is also premiering a show tonight, more on, because there's a lot of new, I'm still watching it, it's still unfolding. There's a lot of new discovery still being brought out in the Richard Allen case in Delphi. I saw some more of that last night when I got offline. I went and reviewed some of that. Anyway, they got a show coming out tonight as well. Okay, wait, I think I got a partner in crime back here with me.
Hey, good morning.
Welcome in. Good morning. I figured you were just getting up and moving around and all
Yeah.
that good stuff. So they're heading into the courtroom. I'm watching the feed and Karen's
Oh, okay.
crew. Yeah. So we're just wasting time chit chatting. Now I do have a News Nation clip, but it's like a 16-minute clip. But I don't want to review it yet. We might, because they got another 15 minutes or so before court. But uh, it was about that damn juror, Roberts, Kerry Roberts.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. I thought
Interesting.
that was yeah, it was going to be interesting. We're going to take a look at that, and then during lunch, we're going to go over that Koberger documents, and
Okay.
that came down. And I was just saying, I don't know if you noticed, but Drunk Turkey re-released that Steve Gonzalez interview this morning, about an hour ago. But
Okay.
he took out the fluff where he's greeting his community and all of that.
Oh, okay.
It's
All right.
just contained to the interview. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, I would love to have a chance to review that, but I just don't know if we'll have it today. Let his video
That's
sit
actually a
there.
pretty good interview, didn't you think?
I
I
was
mean,
just saying so that I was just telling everybody listening that I appreciate the interview, right?
hmm
Um, I know everybody feels some kind of way about Steve, and I really don't care what everybody's personal feelings are on it
yeah.
anymore. He's going to do what he's going to do. But I, for one, did appreciate the interview.
hmm
There was, he got a little salty a couple times, but I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
blame him. I mean, can you blame the guy, right?
No.
He was a lot more contained than I probably would have been. But I do recommend anybody who's interested to go over to Drunk Turkey and check that out. I'm gonna let his video sit there and marinate for a while before I touch it, and be respectful of that. But it's a good interview. Um, I would love to review it, live with you guys, and we will at some point, just not today. I just don't think we're going to have time to get to it. I'm going to pull up
Yeah.
the court feed because they got, well, right now it's all black, but you guys can see what I'm seeing and we can watch it together. Because these jokers, I done learned once they get in that courtroom, it's like, okay, it's go time. Then it's like 10 minutes later, side by already. And I'm
Yep.
like,
Oh,
what the
yeah.
fuck? Look, I fixed my avatar situation.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I think it
You know
was
what
just
it
a.
was? Mm-mm,
No.
my phone was still linked up to the normally I've never had an issue, but I noticed it kept saying my camera, and I was like, what are you talking about?
Hmm.
And this morning I figured it out. My phone link was linked to the PC, and that's why that phone image was showing up yesterday with that black line. I still don't understand what it did. So I disconnected the phone from the PC, and boom, it showed up. I was like, okay. I've never had that issue before, but okay.
Oh, all right. Well, as long as you figured it out.
Yeah, sometimes because I've got Restream on my phone as well, and I'll
hmm
go in there usually to set up the stream, and because I upload my videos I just do a lot of shit from my phone. I can't break the habit. So sometimes it'll think I'm still logged into, so I'm logged in twice basically, and I think that was what was going on.
All
I
right.
don't. So I think it's all fixed now. Excuse me. Welcome in, young black economist. We have missed you around, hadn't seen you for a little bit. Welcome in. We are on day 4, live view. Live view for KarenRead. So, like I said, I have been taking notes, and we should be starting the 10th witness today. Let me get to my master witness list that I was making. Yeah, we are up to. So Nick Garino was the last one to testify yesterday, and they didn't call anybody else. They called the day early or whatever. So we got witness number 10 should be coming up on the stand next. And like I said, I've been taking notes on each witness testimony. That way, when I go over to Miss Shorty's tomorrow, is today Friday?
Yep.
It is. So tomorrow, when I go over to Miss Shorty's, we can have a really good conversation about the recap, basically, of the week. Um, I still don't know what time we're going to do that yet. I'll have to get up with her this evening and see.
Yeah.
Young black economist, Karen talk too much. Yes, ma'am. Karen do talk too much. You are right. She a little talkative, but you know. Some people are. I am, but I know when to keep my mouth shut. And did she let her ass overload her mouth a few times? I think she probably did, without like meaning to, though. You know what I mean? I think it's just her nature to talk. Um, so I'm so super interested, Firefly, to hear more about the text messages, though, because I know there's more coming. And
Mhm.
from the little bit that I saw, and I was looking at some other tweets last night of people who didn't follow as close, and their first impression take on those text messages was pretty much in line with mine. Like, this guy seemed to be an ass.
Yeah,
Not,
he, yeah. He didn't.
yeah, I'm not throwing shade at a victim, guys. I'm having an honest conversation about their relationship. Okay,
It
um,
was a like, kind of a
yeah,
toxic relationship, you know.
it kind of my ass. I think it was. I think that it really was,
Yeah,
and a lot of using each other, maybe a lot of it's what happens when adults can't figure out how to be adults. And what I mean by that is, do I give up my partying and my drinking and my single lifestyle ways, or am I ready to settle down? And a lot of people can't get there even in their late 30s, early 40s. They're still, I'm got that
yeah,
college brain turned on. I got to drink and I got to be single. Some people can never get past their college days. And we just have to be honest about that. That's where a lot of alcoholics are created, is right there in college. They didn't realize once they graduated college and went into adult life, you're not supposed to continue to drink that much. But by that point, it's too late. They're going to do it anyway. That's my theory on how people become alcoholics. A lot of people start like me. You party your ass off in high school, and by the time you get to college, you're like, I'm done with that alcohol bullshit. Give me some marijuana. You want her around for rides, babysitting, and booty calls. I love you, Pokemon, because you ain't scared to say it. I love it. That's what it sounded like, ma'am. And I can't say that it didn't. I cannot say I disagree at all. Welcome in, Micah. Good morning. Good to see you here. Right? Right, young black economist? I caught that shit. It sounds like they did a lot of day drinking, and a lot of that conversation was about going and drinking and, fuck the plumber and stash the kids somewhere and screw the impending blizzard. We're going to go drink anyway. Get on over here. I'd have been like, look, honey, let the plumber come fix my shit. So I ain't got to worry about it all weekend with this blizzard. I'll be over after he's done, and we'll spend the weekend in with the kids all weekend because of the blizzard. Doesn't that sound like the more sane, rational adult thing to do? Yeah, I think it does. You wouldn't have caught my ass out in a blizzard. Hell, it snowed here for 3 days. I was scared to walk out the back door. I couldn't get out the back door at one point. Luckily, I thought enough to grab my little shovel. Hear that, Coburger? I thought enough to grab my little shovel out from the pole barn. I told my son, I was like, dude, people that live where it snows all the time have to shovel snow. He's like, yeah, and I was like, we're gonna have to shovel our ass out the damn door. He's like, it ain't gonna be like that, Mom. I'm like, whatever. I grabbed the little mini shovel anyway. I took it and put it right into the laundry room. So the next day, I go to open the front door and it wouldn't open. I looked at my son. I said, you want to grab my shovel now? Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about just because I'm a Florida girl. Shit, I've seen what they go through on the news, right?
Yeah, but I can't see it getting that bad in Florida. You never know. I
Girl,
mean,
it
you're
was
northern.
bad here. I got
Was it?
pictures.
Oh,
I've got, girl, we spent 3 days snowed in. We
really?
have never seen that here in Northwest Florida. I've been here almost 60 years,
It
and I have
snowed that
seen,
much? That many inches?
yes,
Oh, wow.
Firefly.
Okay.
My snowman stayed out there for a freaking week. Okay.
Wow.
I'm not even
Okay.
exaggerating to you guys when I tell you I've been here my entire life. I can count the times on one hand that it snowed to amount to anything. Very far and few between, rarely sticks to the ground, blah, blah, blah. It's just a cute little thing and it disappears. Not this
Yeah.
time. I literally had inches of snow packed up against my front and back door. When it started,
Oh,
like
that's
they said it
crazy.
would, it did not stop for 3 freaking days. It snowed. And the dog, oh my God, she didn't know what was happening. These Florida dogs were like, holy,
They, like, step
you
in it,
know,
they're like, "What is
yeah.
this stuff?"
She liked it. After a minute, she played it. My grandson thought it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen in his life, of course. And so
Mm.
every 10 minutes, he's wanting to go play. And we're like, dude, it's below freezing outside, you know. So, of course, we would bundle up and go play with him and for a little while. But yeah, we took videos. We've got pictures. It was coming down so hard at one point, it was like white out outside.
Wow,
And
okay.
yeah, it was unreal for Northwest Florida. I was I'm like, okay, they're saying it'll snow. We'll get some flurries like we usually do. Then I watched the news a little closer. I was like, huh, they're like actually saying we're going to get real snow, but okay, I'll whatever. And they were right. It was fun, but after day two, I was tired of it because
Yeah, I
we
wouldn't
come
wanna
in the
live
back
in it and
door.
have to drive to work and stuff. Ugh.
Driving in it is one thing. Just coming out from your outside into your door, everybody, all the nasty wetness and snow melt everywhere. I'm like, how do people deal with this shit all summer? I'm okay with cleaning up beach sand and river sand out, but this snowy shit, this icy, watery stuff's got to go. Turning into mud and crap.
Yeah, that's not fun. Mm-mm.
Who was pre gaming? Let's see. You're talking about. Let me scroll up and catch y'all's comments. Oh, we're talking about the text. Okay. About the day drinking. Yeah, I agree. I can completely agree with that statement. I know in America it's not popular opinion to tell everybody they're alcoholics and they drink too much because we cannot live without that alcohol in American society. God forbid. God forbid we have prohibition or you take away something that kills people all the time. But y'all can't have that marijuana.
I know, that it makes no sense to me.
It's two totally different buzzes too. You act different. You know what I'm saying? Alcohol just impairs your whole thing. Yeah, that comment right there. That comment. Yep. Karen also said he was jonesing for a drink. Um,
Mhm.
he was really upset about her calling that plumber, and I can't figure out was he just being a jerk male? I got this. I could have fixed it for you, or was he a jealous, but also in there? Hope your plumber's hot. So y'all gonna tell me Karen Read was the only jealous one in that
Yep.
situation?
Mhm.
No, ma'am. Right? Yeah. He look. I got an ex-husband. It ain't fun when you go to a grocery store and you glance down a fucking aisle. You see something you like. What, a box of fucking cereal? I didn't see shit I like. I got so sick of that, right? And so when I was listening to those messages, I was like, oh, So her hot water heater's going out. Instead of being a man, gone on over there before the blizzard comes and help her fix that shit, and then y'all drive back to your place with the kids, you're like, oh no, just get rid of the plumber, have him come back on Monday, just get your ass on over here to the house with me. And I heard her trying to make um, okay with that, right? Well, if it's anything that can be put off till Monday, or if it's not that bad, I heard her doing, I knew what she was doing. And I was like, no, girl, don't do it. He ain't worth it. No man's worth it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you she wasn't some ragey, jealous woman because I see those all the time as well. I can't sit here and pretend women aren't these jealous freaks of nature because they so certainly are. I don't get it, but they are. Yeah, he did sound like he was already lit, Pokemon. So, you hear that's why I go back to people are like, oh, he's been raising these kids for all these years. I get it. But I heard what the man said with his own text. He
Didn't
was
he even
feeling
say he only just
overwhelmed.
sobered up an hour ago or something?
Yeah, that's what they were saying in the comments. They were talking about that part of the
Yeah.
thread about
Mhm.
him saying that. And he was feeling very overwhelmed with his situation. to parent those children, and torn between settle down and do right and straighten my ass up with this woman and stop drinking, or continue my drinking and my partying ways. I don't know.
We got OnlyFan.
The only fan in town, apparently. I still can't get to this woman maliciously mowed that man over.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm trying to pay attention to the evidence, because that's the whole reason I watch a trial. Not for shits and giggles, not for the drama, not for all the. I don't. I know people watch them for various reasons, and they can be very entertaining. I'd rather watch this than anything else on TV. Do you know what I mean? But it's the legal arguments that come down to court that really get me going. Like that in evidence. Like I want to see this legal argument in the evidence. That's my fucking jam. That's why I came to true crime. Not because I want to hear some drama tale. I can hear that going, down a highway or to a restaurant or out with my friends or sisters or something.
Hmm.
But boy, these criminal cases pack a lot of drama in, don't they?
Oh boy.
Oh boy, where's our sign? Hold up, we got you covered. Look at here. Oh boy.
Super.
I did that in honor of Kay Woodcock. Because when she took the stand in Vat Laurie's trial, and she opens that bottle of water before it ever starts, and Kay utters those words, oh boy. And then when I saw the interview that Larry did, and he said that the granddaughter, she's 9, was sitting there with him, and she said, uh-oh, Paw, Mama done said, oh boy. So I'm assuming in Kay Woodcock's house, if you hear Miss Kay say the words, oh boy, somebody's about to be in trouble. Y'all know how that is. I was like, Lori just got the oh boy, and Kay's granddaughter heard it and was like, oh boy, Pawpaw. Grandma finna let her have it. Guys, welcome in. Thank you. I know you have a lot of options to go view these trials. There are much larger platforms out there streaming it. I thank you all for coming in and hanging out with us and being part of the conversation over here. At least over here, your chats won't get lost in the abyss, and I recognize them, and I try to talk to you guys. Look at there. It's early over in Joe Land. Good morning, Joe Schmo. Joe's like, I'm just glad I ain't got to get up and haul my ass into court.
Yeah.
He's in rest mode. He's got Brandon coming. He's going to be boots on the ground for Brandon's trial. If everything's still set, he should be doing that as well. Brandon Boudreaux is Lori's next trial. For those of most of you know, she's going down next for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. He was the only survivor of her and Chad's and Alex's killing spree. Let's call it that. And Joe, I don't know if you saw this or not, but that Arizona TV station that interviewed Lori after the Dateline, they got another exclusive with her since the sentencing, or I'm sorry, since the guilty verdict. It aired last night. So I'm so tempted to go over it at lunch. If she throws a strike my way, then oh well. It's not actually the reporter, it's the station itself. So I'm not mad at her. But I haven't watched it yet. I just know that it's out there, and I wanted to review it with my crew. It's no fun to do it alone. I'll be yelling at my screen. Fireflies, you fall asleep on Dolphin and I last night.
I was in and out, but I did hear most of that interview.
So the three of us gathered last night, and we were watching the Drunk Turkey interview together. And by the time it was over, girl, Dolphin's ready to watch something else. Of course, I'm like, oh, I've got to go to sleep, girl. I've got to go to bed. I'm living on Dolphin time. Sometimes it's a little. I used to live on Dolphin time, and then it changed. Everything flipped in my world. Yeah, my days usually begin. Joe, for the past 2 days, I have not woke up at 4 a.m. I could not believe it. I was like celebrating, did a little dance when I got up. It's like 6 something. I'm like, hell yeah. You enjoy that sleep. Enjoy that good sleep. Let's all throw a Jennifer Soto in there.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's getting some good sleep. You said that yesterday accidentally, Firefly. We were talking about we were throwing shade at Stearns. And the Ativan conversation come up,
Uh,
You have joined
and
the
you were like,
meeting
"I just
as
need
an
a good sleep," and
attendee
I was
and
like,
will
"Oh
be
my
muted
god."
throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
I'm still muted. Dolphin, she said, "I heard that."
Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus KarenRead, 22 CR 117. The parties are present, the
Know where the
jury is
link
not
is,
present, the
ma'am.
matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So, good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right. Why
Oh,
don't you
good
come on over to
lord.
sidebar?
what happened to the sound, or is it just
Oh,
me?
I was muted. Damn it, man.
Oh,
Yes, Joe. I was saying that every morning we gotten used to it. As soon as they walk into court, she'll say, "Do y'all need to see me?" I'm like,
I don't
"Well,
hear the court sound.
why they need to see?" Yeah, they're on mute because they need to see that they're on sidebar. Like the minute you walk into court, we've already got to talk because y'all are finna throw some shit down today, and I got to straighten y'all out. Boy, you can tell only Judge Gull ruled a courtroom the way Judge Gull did. These other judges are like, "Okay, I'll give y'all a little leeway here and yonder, here and yonder." Dolphin is still lying in bed, but good morning. We appreciate you joining in, laying there and listening. I was laying in bed last night listening to that interview, and then right after we were done, girl, I fell asleep with my phone in my lap, my glasses in my lap. I don't even know. I did, and I woke up this morning and I'm like, phone. Oh, where's my glasses? I'm like, oh shit, I'm glad I didn't roll over and break them. I'd have been a hot mess this morning.
That's my problem. I brought my laptop in bed with me, so I'm like listening to the interview.
Uh-huh.
Like I kept dozing off. I'm like, oh,
Well,
okay.
and I have my heat and massage pad too on the bed, so if I turn that thing on, it's all over with.
You
I'm gone like an old lady.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna mute out and go grab fresh coffee. I'll be right back.
We need an OnlyFans song or something for this for the intermission when they're on their sidebars.
They still fan watching? Good God Almighty! Dolphin stayed up pretty much all night. Sidebar tally. That's a good one. We need to keep a tally, guys. Let me do that. Where's my sticky note thingies? I'm gonna waste a whole ass piece of paper on her. Look, that one says something about some Rex Horman. Did I forget a sticky note about Rex Horman? Y'all, I got too many true crime sticky notes. Don't ever come look at my desk. You'll be like, what's this lady doing? I don't sit here to pay the bills. I sit here to true crime. Fortunately, I don't have tons of bills. I'm not that person. Thank God. So this is like the first sidebar of the day, or second technically. Some music, some Kenny G. Hell, Joe, I ain't trying to go to sleep. I'll play y'all some Kenny Chesney if I don't get a strike. Oh yeah, young black economist. I'm keeping an eye on situations developing over there. That DNA testing and all that's going down. I haven't forgot about our old Rex. They did. I watched the press conference here. I've got a playlist on that, or not a playlist, but I did do a show a couple days ago. They did identify Peaches and her baby. And I spoke with someone on Twitter last night because they know that she had ties back to the Mobile, Alabama community. That's literally next door to me. And so I asked if they knew what specific town, because there's some unsavory little areas around there that I was curious if she was from one of those areas. Um, and she was, lo and behold, didn't surprise me none, especially with the estrangement from her family they say she had. I'm hoping too, Pokemon, that some of the people that may have knew her through the military and all that will have heard the story by now. I hope lots of mainstream media are getting it out there with her face and name now. People who may have known her, because she doesn't. Honestly, she did not fit the profile of all of Rex Truman's other victims, and the fact there was a baby with her is really puzzling to the investigators. She wasn't in the same line of work that we are aware of as the other victims. She actually had a job at a doctor's office. So at the time of her disappearance, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it was just a couple of days ago, Young Black Economist. It should be in the title, hun. Yeah, it took long enough to get him identified, didn't it, Pokemon? And she deserved to be identified regardless of how she ended up out there and regardless of who actually was responsible for her being out there. They need to figure it out. And she fits the MO to the point to where how she was found, where she was found. But what doesn't match up is her line of work and the fact that there was a child with her. That's what's got them stumped. Yeah, that's a good question, Carrie. That's a very good question. Like I said, I'm in the Catch List Discord, which is the Long Island serial killer. So I keep up with a lot of the updated information in there. So as soon as there's something, I do plan to put together another show, especially going over that new DNA evidence. It's not new evidence and it's not new technology. It's new to New York, right? It's never been used in New York. We'd have loved them to use that technology in Delphi on those freaking hairs, but that's a whole other story. I guess I gotta let that go for now. Let the appellate attorneys do their thing, but keep an eye on all that. I wish we had cameras in New York so that we could bring the court hearings, you know what I mean, and watch them. Yeah. Is he a living troll, a vicious beast, a giant ogre? Yes. Raul, he gives me a lot. You know what, Pokemon? I'm thinking about trying to see if he wants to come on and talk to us because he's an amazing person. He is Lisk, guys. He's Catch Lisk on X, and I'm a member of his Discord. He's a very sweet person. He has mapped all. I mean, he's done so much work in this case, right? Before they ever caught Rex Heuermann. So I always love to go stalk his Twitter. He never hesitates to ask a question if I have one. Just like my buddy MB Inc. You can't get. There's some really good people out there who are in this for the right reasons. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering. Because we're not getting any cameras in the Rex Heuermann stuff. I'm assuming they'll. I guess they will like air his trial live. Court TV is going to want to cover that. A lot of places are going to want to cover it. So, do they even air trials in New York? That's another good question. I've never checked into it. I don't recall ever seeing a trial on court TV out of New York unless I just don't remember. Because I've seen so many trials over the years, they all run together sometimes. I'm not good at remembering each and every damn one of them. Only the biggest, highest profile ones will stick out like a sore thumb. All right, we got one sidebar, and I don't even know how long this one's damn well lasted. We could have watched a whole ass news segment on something in the meantime. Wonder what they're discussing so hot and heavy.
Well, there was confusion about the witness list yesterday. I wonder if it has
It
something
was,
to do with that.
yeah, good question, because there was an issue with the witness. That's why they called it a day early, right?
Yeah.
Something to do with the witnesses. Oh, okay, I got you. Oh, nice, Carrie. Good work. It's always good to have someone like that in your corner, Carrie, that you can trust, and he's out there doing it for the right reasons, and that's what I like and respect. Whoa. Really? It's like, why not? We don't like it when things are done in the dark. I don't give a shit who you are or what state you are, do we? We don't like it done in the dark. We need to make that a banner or a tag to put up there. We don't like, well, some people might like doing it in the dark, but we don't like our court cases in the dark. No, no, no. It's not going to happen. I think our forefathers would be like, what the fuck are y'all doing down there with our Constitution and all this shit we had to work hard on for fucking weeks and weeks? Like, they'd be pissed. Signed by John Hancock to some bullshit paper, and y'all down here destroying that damn thing. Yeah, right, Pokemon? Why would they... yeah, what's up with that? Why would they allow that out there, but not allow other things out there? Like, who do y'all get to be the gatekeepers and pick and choose what the hell we see? I don't like gatekeepers either. The people who get certain things into their hands and want to trickle it out as if they're the gatekeeper suddenly of certain information. It's like, fuck, it's out there. Just, I'm going to get on a rant. It's a good thing they come back.
You are unmuted.
All right, why don't council come down?
All right, council. If any of y'all are from up north, please, I'm not making fun of you, but I'm making fun of her. I laugh at when I try to do a northern accent. It doesn't come out right. So it's a choice from the judge, right? Okay, they're not all banned. Hopefully this judge will choose to allow the courts in the world to see this disgusting human being go down for what he did to those poor women. I don't care what they did for a living. They didn't deserve that shit. To be chopped up in a basement somewhere by some big-ass nasty ogre.
Mm.
Sometimes a girl got to do what she got to do and make a living. Ugh. I would hate to be in that situation and have to meet up with dudes like him, but good God, they didn't deserve what he was doing to them. And that's the whole thing. If they had been straight and narrow white girls, and I'm just going to say it, straight, narrow white girls from college, they might have looked into the missing a little more. I'm sorry, I was reading Carrie's comment, guys. There's a missing case in Tampa that I looked at because it's become forgotten, and it's the old cold case. Hmm. You need to email me, Carrie, because we're going to be doing some stuff about that here on the show, about cases like that. And I have a very important call I got to make this week to set up Sunday's live, because I'm going to, if everything pans out and she can do it on Sunday, I'm going to bring to you a local lady whose daughter has been missing for over 10 years. And we're going to discuss that case and what, and you can get a little feel of what these families go through, right? Because our Tiffany's been gone for way too long, and we have Danielle Bell also right along with her. That's another local story that's been back in the news. These two cases, they're just a lot. Let me just say that. So if you want to email me some stuff, you and I can talk about it and get something going. Thank you, Butterfly. I thought that too, Pokemon. Yes, guys, if you do not mind, please hit the like button, all those crazy little things that YouTube likes us to do. Apparently, it helps. And you guys are awesome for being here. What in the world? Your witness list shouldn't be messed up. Nothing should be messed up. Everything should be cohesive. And if I was a judge, that would be my pet peeve. I'm going to be like, how long do we have before pretrial, before this shit started? How long have y'all had to get these discoveries done and filings done? And how long have I given y'all? Shit, I'd be laying down
Not
I'd be
not a
laying
lot.
down dates and sanctions all over the place to both sides, fucking morons.
You notice the gallery's kind of empty today.
Are people over it or just bored already?
Or is it just too early? I don't know.
Because this shit right here is kind of boring.
This part is, yeah.
Well, I mean, are they just trying to make us feel like it's so complicated? We need all this, because they're not impressing me with their complicatedness. It's unimpressing to me. The drama, the hoopla that surrounded the case turned me off. So if they want me to sit here and be invested, try to figure out what happened to this poor man that day on the lawn, they need to get on with the show. Because I don't want to hear your excuses. They're piss poor, in my opinion, at this point. We've been at this for too long. What are we doing here? Y'all stop drinking the nightcaps at night when you get out the courtroom, y'all, and get your shit together. You can't recall what you did last night because you was also buzzed. Jesus. Harry, you got my email, right? I'll drop my email for you. Very annoying, Dolphin.
Should be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. What? You absolutely did not. Come on.
All rise, your executive.
Thank God. I almost stood up to rise. Hot toddies for everybody, Dolphin. That's what Joe's over here screaming.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus KarenRead, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you.
See, exactly. They should ask this question
folks,
every
as you
day.
know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at, and then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you in what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. but essentially we're going to go to 34 Fairview Row. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home, and you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is.
Mic up, dude.
You'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is it's April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements in the same place. Keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in of photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear tail light. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Tianetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received into evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the three front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. To stand next to it. To size it up. To take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
If you could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
Goodbye.
What Butterfly? I just saw this. So Butterfly says, I wonder if I call her Jacoff. I wonder if Jacoff going to be waiting there for them with her camera. Oh my God. Thank you, Carrie. So how long did she say it was going to take them to get over there? Did you hear that part? Anybody in chat hear that part?
I didn't notice. Shouldn't.
Okay. I was listening, but I started reading that message and got sidetracked. I was like, wait, what time did she say? How long?
Shortly. She just said shortly.
Shortly. That's all right. I'll keep an eye on the feed. I got this. I just didn't know if anybody heard. Let's see. Oh, Joe. It sucks when your devices go down. Joe has lost the ability to be on his laptop. He's getting it figured out, though. He had to get a new power cord. All right, let's see. I'm going to pull up that just so I can keep an eye on that. I wanted to look at something real quick. We're about to get into some Koberger documents, I guess, while we're waiting. No reason why we can't. Dolphin was getting up. I saw her say, when she realized they were leaving to go to the crime scene, she's like, okay, I guess I'll get up now. Get up, girlfriend. Get your tea. Get your bagel, whatever your vice might be. Come and join me. Sorry, guys. I'm just scrolling through some shit here looking for something that I know I had, but I don't know what I did with it. I mean, I don't know where I'm not making any sense right now, so I'm just going to be quiet for a second. I'm looking for something. It's weird. I was looking through some videos that I made like a long time ago. It's like some of those I forgot I made. Oh, look, I made one on them too. Forgot. Interesting. So I checked Firefly, and there was those documents that we looked at last night that came down were the only ones that have come down so far in the Koberger case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never know. Those came back really late in the day yesterday. So
We'll have to keep checking throughout the day to see any more, like even on the case summary page or whatever. But because I knew that there was a couple more rulings that he was yet to rule on, and I meant to go look at the motions that were filed in limine and then see which ones he hadn't ruled on yet, but I just never got the time to do it because we've been doing so much other stuff. So we're going to take a look at those here in just a second. Man, I don't know where my video went. It was a video on Jacob. Where'd you run off to, Jennifer Coffin Daffer? Did you come scrub your video from my video list, lady? There's Drunk Turkey. Fucking Delphi dude. I forgot I made that one too, WSU Mom Kim. Oh, wow. Maybe I should go back through some of my old shit. Let's pull up the Dolphin's like, she's gonna order her some breakfast. What, girl, what are you ordering? I'm still on coffee. I'll be hungry here in a few minutes and I know it. So now, Firefly, did you watch? So when they took the jurors to the scene the last time, were you watching the trial that day? I was just curious too, Dolphin, if they're going to put like lay a dummy down on the snow or something. Okay.
Dang it, sorry, I was muted.
Were you muted the whole time? I hate when I do that.
I know, I'm like, I thought I had muted. I didn't see it, so I'm assuming it was the first week of the last trial. I don't remember seeing it. But they did just see the video of didn't they just see video so they know it's by the flagpoles where he was so they could figure it out, right?
Well, oh yeah. That'll be explained to them once they're there. The
And I've heard people that have been there in person say that it's much smaller in person than it looks like on video, the front yard.
Well, yeah, the front yard. Yeah. I just didn't know if they was going to put any props down, like a body in the snow, things like that.
Yeah.
Like Dolphin was asking about. Okay, so I've got the feed pulled up, and the court is just staring at the damn fan. So I'm assuming they're all loading up and heading out. Before I start reading this, I'm going to go run and grab a fresh cup of coffee. You guys can see that on the screen. I'll be right back, though. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee, come back, and we're going to start reading into these documents. Okay, guys? I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, you take it away, ma'am. Chit-chat.
Oh, no, I'm not a good chit-chatter. So what is this? This is order on defendant's motion to strike death penalty, autism spectrum disorder. That's one that I don't think we went over last night personally, but so interesting. Don't know if there's anything juicy in that. It's 15 pages. Okay. Oh, Dolphin's backstage. I can't let you up front. Sorry. Gonna have to wait for Salty for that. She'll be back. Give her a second. No, we didn't look at that one yet. But the one that's 25 pages, yeah, that's full of lots of good stuff. Let's see, what was it called? I have to pull it up myself. Oh. Trying to look and see if the case summary has any more today. It's 90 pages still. Oh, Dolphin says she's backstage.
I just come and saw that we had her back there now. Let me pull her up.
Okay. I was just looking at the case summary to see. I don't know if you just did that.
No, I haven't looked at the case summary yet. Have you guys?
I just wanted to see if there's anything new.
I can pull it up real
yesterday because there wasn't that much.
There's just these 3 motions that came down yesterday. The orders. Here. Pull up. Pull up. We had these two girls got in a fight locally one time, and it was all over the news because, how come I can't see my stream?
New.
There we go. So, anyway, there was these two local girls got into a fight, and when the story came out, one girl told the other girl to pull up, and the girl's like, "So I pulled up," and we were all just like, "But it was on the news." It's the way she said it. Old girl told me to pull up, so I pulled up. We were like, "Oh shit, she pulled up, y'all." Now she's sitting in the county now, but she pulled up. You don't. There's some folks you don't tell to pull up. I'm sorry. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. I might be one of those people.
I didn't see anything new on the case summary.
You didn't? Oh, okay. So I
No.
thought you said wanted me to bring it up. That's like, okay. I misunderstood what you said then. So it's like, did you see it yet? And I thought you said no. Okay. So yeah, you're right. Same thing. We still got jury trial selected starting 8/11/2025. We got those two pretrial hearings scheduled for July 21st and 30th. That pretrial conference coming up in May hasn't changed. And so all that right there is subject to change, though, once anything new comes down. And yeah, you're right. So there's nothing there that we're waiting on. We got what we were waiting on. So let's dive into one while we're waiting on this field trip to happen.
Yeah.
Good morning, Miss Dolphin. Welcome in.
She might be getting tea now.
She's getting her tea. She's getting ready to order breakfast. She said she was going to probably order her some breakfast. I'll pull the document. We're going to start out with the one on the autism spectrum disorder motion. This is the one where the defense. Okay, let me pull it up and get it up here. So I don't want to go into the other ones yet until Dolphin's good and ready. Because I know she's got things to say too. All right, so we're going to share screen and get this back up here. And I'm watching the court feed, guys, so we're good. And we'll go back to it as soon as we need to. Okay. Let me pull up my chat where I can see what's going on with that. You guys can see the screen okay?
Yep,
Huh?
you can see it. She just typed that she's on a tea run.
Okay.
She'll be back.
That's fine. She's still back here with us. Okay. Now I can see my chat again. Very recent, Pokemon. Very recent. And Mommy dug way deep down into the old files, to the old medical records, to prove her boy's got something wrong with him. And turned that over to the defense. And they're all like, huh, this might explain why he's so weird. Let's get a Dr. Orr in here and figure it out. Here she comes. Okay. So this is the order on the defendant's motion to strike the death penalty, RE, the autism spectrum disorder. And it gave an introduction. Having been recently diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, also known as ASD, by a clinical neuropsychologist retained by his defense team, defendant seeks to strike the death penalty as a sentencing option, arguing it violates his constitutional rights. He contends ASD is the functional equivalent of an intellectual disability. Hold on. Okay. So he contends it's an intellectual disability, which is categorically recognized as a disqualifying exemption to the death penalty. Hang on, Butterfly, I don't know. Thank you. Even if the court rejects a categorical approach, he argues the death penalty option should nevertheless be stricken in his case given the intense media attention on defendant's disability. So even if the court doesn't find that the ASD is enough, they should find it as a factor considering a categorical approach, because they're arguing that is also intense media attention based on his, the way he sits there and looks at people. In response, the state disputes that ASD is equivalent to an intellectual the state disputes that ASD is equivalent to an intellectual disability for purposes of categorical exemption to the death penalty, and further notes the defendant has not shown a national consensus supporting such an exemption. Thank you. National consensus. As for defendant's individualized argument, the state contends that none of the defendant's concerns warrant striking the death penalty. Oral argument in motion was held on April 9th of 2025. We were all here for that and we saw it. After which the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds striking the death penalty is not warranted. So Hitler rules, and Hitler has ruled
That's
no.
good.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Yeah, because it's bullshit. Like, just the fact, I mean, to state the obvious, just the fact that it was recently diagnosed
Well,
means it hasn't affected his life
it
enough,
has
you
not
know.
affected his life. It's not like back in the old days. They would call it, mental retardation. You would not convict. You could convict a person, but they wouldn't get the death penalty, right? So that's where this type of stuff comes into play. But his condition doesn't warrant taking away the death penalty because
Hasn't impaired his life. No,
it
he's
has
like,
not
he
exactly.
managed to get accepted to a PhD program. I
Mhm.
think he's pretty capable
Yeah,
young
I
man.
think we all are in agreement that
Right.
your issues weren't so
So-
prevalent that you couldn't function in life.
I have to agree with Hitler on this one.
Oh, definitely.
Actually, most of them. Right?
Yeah, I haven't disagreed with anything Hitler's done yet.
No.
Honestly, I can't find one thing
No.
bad to say. If he's gonna, and if, trust me, if it was there, I'd be the first one screaming that shit. But I haven't seen it yet. Constitutional issue. This is a standard that the judge cites now. Constitutional issues, including the constitutionality of Idaho's capital sentencing scheme, are questions of law. Facts. And then he goes on to say, during the course of this case, the defense team retained Dr. Rachel Orr, a clinical neuropsychologist. Okay, I'm sorry, I glanced over at the court feed and they were outside the courthouse, and I thought, what? Okay, I'm just checking. Not the camera crew, I should say, on Law and Crime. All right. During the course of this case, the defense team retained Dr. Rachel Orr, a clinical neuropsychologist, to conduct a comprehensive neuropsychological evaluation of defendant and issue a report. And you can see the defendant's exhibit number 2 marked Orr report. As part of this evaluation, Dr. Orr interviewed the defendant's immediate family members, and other relevant adults from childhood, including former teachers. So you got teachers and other relevant adults like school faculty personnel, other aunts, uncles, immediate family members are listed. So they've talked to everybody from his past, and Anne mentioned that many months ago of how she was going to have to, before any of this ever come to light, how she was going to have to go back decades into the Kobergers. She don't want no IGG being done in his family. Oh, no. But she needs to go back decades to look at their mental health. The whole fucking family tree. Just because one's crazy don't make us all crazy. Trust me, I got a big family. We may all be... I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. Waylon Jennings, let's go. Okay. Sorry, I'll get on the song in a minute and won't get back on track. Sorry, Dolphin, I'm probably annoying the shit out of you right now. She's like, girl, I'm making my tea. I'm ignoring your ass. All right. As part of this evaluation, Dr. Orr interviewed all the people. Okay. She gathered information on the defendant's history, made behavioral observations, and administered cognitive tests. Based on her evaluation, she diagnosed the defendant with autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment. Well, from what we've heard, he has no language impairment. He got big words.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Him know how to use his big words. So we got no impairments. Okay. So then how can he not participate in his defense if he has no intellectual or language impairments.
Not only can he use big words, remember, on one of his resumes or something, it said he won that I don't remember what it's called, but, spontaneously discuss things. You know what I'm talking about,
The
Dolphin?
debate when he can get on, he's quick.
Oh,
Yeah, I
mhm,
forget what they
He's
said, but he was
he's
a
very
top.
quick on his feet, right?
mhm.
Yeah,
He's got an
yeah.
Yeah.
answer for everything. He can pull up he can probably pull up and cite a case like nobody's fucking business. He can probably this dude's not
Yeah,
stupid
so yeah,
at
he's
all.
not impaired.
That's what is so intriguing to me about Brian Koberger.
Socially,
I, I'm just saying as somebody who has watched serial killers for damn near 40 years, Brian Koberger intrigues the shit out of me, just like Rex Heuermann.
mhm.
They're the same level to me. I don't look at Brian Koberger and go, oh, some cute kid that everybody's screaming didn't do it. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm way past all that shit. I'm going into the mind of this motherfucker, and I have been for a long, 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 long time. Because there's some, not saying he's got autism. That no, that's a ruse.
It's a dark place.
Yeah, he's got a dark mind.
Yeah.
I went there about a year ago, and I was like, I don't even want to stay in here. I got the fuck up out of there, and I did not go back. Let me just put it that way. Um, I knew all I needed to know. Nobody wants to live in that head. Um, because I'm telling you right now, lady, his autism spectrum disorder was the least of this dude's problems.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's for
Mhm.
sure.
right? And they didn't create that monster within. That was just a whole side note. All right. So while mommy was noticing odd behaviors about her boy, when did she start to ignore them? That's what I'm wondering now. Mommy, please don't do that. According to Dr. Orr, ASD is complex, heterogeneous neurodevelopmental disorder rooted in brain differences and characterized by social and behavioral features. Remember those writings his mom would do in the that we read that well, reread what she wrote and the things that she would said about the school shooting over there at the elementary school,
Oh yeah, Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook, and then the things about her son, almost being 28, leaving home for the first time. She wrote about all of that and how she was worried about him, and you know, so she's always known something was wrong with her boy.
Oh yeah.
You can't tell me she didn't, right? She knew. She wrote about the shit. It causes deficits in which affected individuals perceive and react to others and their environment, causing problems in social communication and interactions, repetitive behaviors, and narrow range of interest. Narrow range of interest.
Hmm.
Huh. I'm not picking up what you're putting down right there, lady, because I've talked to people with this disorder, and I don't. Okay. There's a wide range of autism symptoms and severity. Deficits can include a restricted range of effect, atypical eye contact, displaying facial expressions or movements that do not match what is being said, failure to consider social cues, having trouble with speech reciprocatory and reciprocative behaviors. Pursuant to the American Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, 5th edition, came out in 2013, there are two primary diagnostic criteria for ASD, and they're going to go into the diagnosis part, and the criteria, according to the book she's referencing. It's persistent deficits in each of the following areas of social communication and interactions: social, emotional, reciprocatory. Social, emotional, they are. We can explain his obsession with going at women on his autism. Nonverbal communicative behaviors used for social interactions. So, what if everything that ever happened, all the incidents that were ever reported, all only were about women? Like maybe the professor dude, maybe they went at it because the professor's like, "What are you doing?" And Brian's like, "Well, what do you mean? What am I doing? Show me the law." But if all of his incidents, I should say, were involving women. Is that really a social interaction problem or a women problem?
Hmm.
It's a women problem. The second
Yeah.
criterion is the display of restrictive, repetitive patterns of behavior. Now, unless he just developed a disdain for women and they scared the shit out of him and he couldn't be around them. Poor little baby. Stereotyped and repetitive movements, use of objects and speech, insistence on sameness, inflexible adherence to routines.
Just trying to make him sound like Rain Man.
A little bit, right, Dolphin? Good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good analogy. I just happened to look up and notice this footnote. There's another doctor here. Dr. Eileen Ryan conducted a psychiatric eval of the
Oh, yeah.
defendant and agreed with Dr. Orr's diagnosis. Her expert reports are also attached, and then they cite a Mental Health Institute paper there. All right. Routines and ritualized patterns of verbal, nonverbal behavior. Highly restricted, fixated interests that are abnormal in intensity or focus. I feel like they're insulting a bunch of people with autism disorder right now.
Yep.
A hyper and hypo reactivity to sensory input or unusual interest in sensory aspects. Look, sensory overload is a real thing, and I can suffer from sensory overload in a heartbeat. My sister and I have discussed it. We both are affected by sensory overload. And we function, and she's got a job she has to be at work all day, every day. She has a full life. But there's times when it's like back when COVID was happening and I lived in town at my aunt's with my cousin, we were caring for her, going outside, right, and just sitting because I love my outside time. It was noisy, even though the streets were quiet. Sirens and, just people. And then as COVID got better and people began to move, I realized just how noisy it was back there, and I could not. I just, I had to get away.
I've had times when I've been in places where it was so noisy
Yeah, I can't.
that it's sensory overload, and you just get like,
Yeah,
so anxious. It's like, oh, I can't.
you do. And that's why I love living out in the country and I can walk outside and I don't hear shit, So, but still, dude, you're suffering from a lot of shit a lot of us have to suffer with. So get over yourself. As to the first criteria, okay, they go into this. I'm sorry, I skipped a piece. There are 3 levels of severity which correlate to how much support is needed. Huh? How much support? How much support? How much support did old boy need? Level 3, which is the most severe, requires very substantial support. Level 1 is the least severe and requires merely support. Can we elaborate on that?
What kind of support was he getting at college?
Thank you, ma'am. He
Probably
FaceTime
like
mama.
0.
He FaceTime mama all the time. She couldn't leave that shit alone.
They babied him, and that's why he was at home forever. He probably just
She
never
babied him.
learned.
Let's. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like from everything we've observed, and I say we, the 3 of us alone, in my observations so far, in my opinion, the mother babied the shit out of her only son.
Hmm.
And he was the baby of the family. Daddy wasn't quite so tolerant of the bullshit. He loved him and he tried, but he also took up for his daughters when need be. And I think one of them was probably really close to her daddy. And I don't think dad and mom were always in agreement on Mr. Koberger here. Now, I don't think daddy's is going to be a vicious man or anything like that. But I don't think he babied him to the extent that she did. Like he tried to push him to be, you know what I'm saying? That's the impression I get, especially when we find out that he called the police and turned Koberger in for stealing the sister's iPhone when he was 16 years old. Wasn't he 16 when that happened?
I think he was
I think it was a
out of
little
high
He was a
school.
minor.
I think it was 18, maybe.
I thought he was a minor when it happened.
I think he was
No,
barely
he
out of high
was
school.
he was older. I think he was
But
more like 20 or something like that. He
really, was he that old? We'll have to look into that a little
So
It
more.
happened in
Oh, wait,
2014. Wasn't he born in 94?
Yeah, didn't they take
Yeah.
it off? The way he pled, it got
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no contact, whatever. His plea caused it not to be like on his
Like
record.
it got
Like that.
expunged, right? When he went to
Exactly. That's the
rehab, right?
word. That's the word. Yes, ma'am. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
It
So
was
he was probably
expunged.
19 since his birthday's at the end
He
of the
was
year.
around the
See?
19 age, I'm thinking too, because it was
Mhm.
around his heroin addiction still.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
whole reason.
So if
Yep.
you can handle it within the family, you wouldn't. You know what I mean? Are you fed up to the point where I'm just going to call the cops and be done with you?
Yeah, they probably were fed up. He probably had been doing all kinds of other stuff too, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Welcome in, Marty. Thanks for coming back. Um, you guys, thanks for joining in the conversation. Um, right, Pokemon? That's what I'm saying. Are they sitting here insulting a whole entire community and Anne doesn't seem to care, you know? Atypical eye contact. At what point does a gal sitting in a bar go, oh, that dude that is sitting there staring at me must have ASD. I should be right? Exactly. High level one functioning, masking autism, and then using this as a crutch. Yep. And now Anne doesn't want anybody else to talk about his ASD, but she wants to go in there and tell the jury all about it ahead of time so that they can clearly understand why um, her client's going to be acting odd in court. We understand why he's going to act odd in court, and some of us have always understood why he acted odd in court. But pointing out that oddness got us yelled at on the mean streets of the YouTube. Oh, okay. I probably should have another gummy.
Oh boy.
Did I have one this morning? Is that my
uh,
problem? Did I do that yet? No,
uh-uh.
I'm having coffee. Hmm. It won't be long.
How
Um,
many pages in this document?
Dolphin's like,
15.
shut up and just read.
No, I'm just wondering, will you have time to get through it? How many
Yeah, they're still
pages?
looking at the courthouse here. I
Oh,
know.
yeah.
I keep forgetting.
I was
I
just
have
gonna
to.
say, okay,
It's
yeah.
coffee and
Make sure
crime
you're checking that.
conversations. Y'all know I'm a fucking conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I,
That's
hey,
fine, no
I'm an old lady
worries.
with nowhere to go. If y'all want to fucking all day, I'm assuming y'all do as well.
We
Are you
enjoy your
sure? I think I
conversation,
drive
it's
some of
not a
y'all
problem.
crazy sometimes. It's all good.
Yes.
I know. I know if
Yeah.
Dolphin gets enough of me, she will tell me to shut up, and it's all good.
Oh, I'm just sitting here drinking my tea.
Well,
Yeah,
she
well,
just got
yeah, or
doing
that.
something else.
Mm-hmm.
You don't hear from her, you know
Yes,
she's
when
tuned
When
out,
Dolphin goes
right.
silent, I know it's time for me to check in. Okay, okay, coffee sipping time is over. Let's get back. At Okay, as to the first criterion, Dr. Orr noted in her report the defendant's family and peers reported that defendant displayed atypicalities and difficulties in social settings dating back to early childhood, including the inability to adjust his behavior to suit social context. You mean he didn't know how to behave in public?
Mm,
I know kids like that.
Yep.
I'll be threatening your little
Exactly.
ass. But when we get into town and we get in there, you better act right. Get you some act right real quick. Like, yes, ma'am. Okay. He has the inability. Okay. Poor social reciprocatory. Why can't I say some of my words sometimes? Reciprocatory in conversation. Issues with nonverbal behavior like personal space. Ooh, don't get up in my personal space, man. I don't
Oh,
care
I
yeah.
hate
what you
that,
Yep.
yep.
got. I
And
got,
as a female too, yeah, that's
and
a
yeah,
big pet peeve for
I'm a
me.
female with PTSD. Get the fuck away
Mhm.
from me. 6 feet, motherfuckers.
I actually told my yard guy one day, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you need to take a couple steps back.
Right, girl. I hear
Where
you.
we were
I
just
got
having a
that.
casual
Mhm.
conversation
Uh
about
huh.
what I wanted done in the yard, and he
Yeah.
was literally like almost nose to nose with me.
Uh.
Hmm.
Mm-mm. Put the hands up. Take a step back. I still live on COVID times 6 feet.
Yeah.
I walk around with my hands out. If you're not that far away from me, get
That's
out of
when you
my
got a
bubble.
bubble, yep.
Hmm.
Exactly. Don't come in my bubble. I don't even like look, my grown kid when he was little, he would try like 3 years old, he learned he couldn't do this. He wanted to run up on me and sneak up, like boo, scare me.
Hmm.
I turned around one day and before I realized what I was about to do, I about knocked the shit out of my kid.
Yeah, that's what I
He
figured
saw it.
happened.
Yeah, he saw it coming. I'm like, oh dude, I'm like, you cannot. Mama understands you're playing, but that's one thing you cannot do to mom. And he learned, that's not the one to do that to. She might turn around and holler, it won't end well.
Yeah.
If I'm going to do it to my own kid, I'll do it to you. Okay. So she notes that these difficulties played a role in the eventual termination of his funding for his graduate program. Excuse me, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, didn't they fired
Okay.
him from his TA position,
And he
right?
got arrested. Well, maybe it's true that he got arrested before,
before
like,
what?
before the arrest.
That he
Before
got
the
fired
arrest.
before the
I don't
arrest?
know. Yeah, because
Well,
that would
I'm
end the
saying,
funding,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
exactly. During the big blow up, during the big meeting that he had to have with the school, the administrators there, and the incident with the professor who tried to correct his students' behavior, his assistants' behavior. And now we're finding out that he actually,
Yeah, because remember
okay,
we were all saying, remember Gigi
so
posted stuff and we're all like, is that fake? Well, maybe this is
go
true. If
back to
he's
that
putting it in
conversation
here,
last night with
it's
Steve
true.
Gonzalez. What set this guy off to
Hmm.
make this go time? We have our answer.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
we've always suspected.
We've always,
Hmm.
exactly. And it's becoming more clear because there were other opportunities to take that house out.
Plus, what is it? Buddy, poor Buddy, the dog.
The dog,
That the day that that happened, I think he also had some sort of meeting with the school. Something happened at the university,
did
like
he
that
accidentally
same
skin
day or
Buddy?
whatever.
Ooh, you sick bastard. If you skin Coburger, if you are the one who skinned Buddy, you're even more of a sick I'm here to help
Mm.
you bastard than I thought you were. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so I'm gonna say it it might be the only time I say pro burgers. He lost his funding for his graduate program. You know, that one y'all put so high on a pedestal. She notes that these difficulties played a role in the eventual termination of his funding for his graduate program.
Mm.
At the time of his arrest, he was pursuing a PhD in criminal justice and criminology at Washington State University. In her personal eval of the defendant, Dr. Orr observed the defendant's demonstrated some typical social behaviors, such as fairly consistent, though intense, eye contact, polite demeanor, and social conventions, shaking hands upon greeting. He engaged in conversation and was never overtly inappropriate. However, Dr. Orr also noted social behavior consistent with that reported by others, such
Oh,
as
you
lack.
know what? I'm sorry. I just have to say something.
Oh, you mess up
Never
my point.
overtly inappropriate. Yeah, with her. He wasn't attracted to her. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Mm.
She's not somebody like his age, or some little, undergrad student running around or whatever. So come on now.
Yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, part of the what people don't realize, I think, that program when he entered it, he had to have the TA job came hand in hand with what
Yeah.
he was recommended for. And also that job he was trying to apply for, you had to have you were expected to get internships and different things of that nature. Um, and this guy having that big of an issue right out of the gate, he was July, he got there in June. So right after the fall classes began, it didn't take Koberger long to start having problems because by November he's fired and accused of murdering 4 people. Like that quickly escalated, didn't it? Um, in his verbal interactions, awkward comments or abrupt responses, inconsistent understanding, acknowledgement of humor. So he has an inconsistent understanding and acknowledgement of humor. I don't like people like that because I got funnies and I might hurt your feelings. That's why I have to have a strong man. I'll make him cry. She noted he
So he
had
doesn't get jokes,
no,
basically.
he
Nope.
doesn't get jokes.
All
That's
the
right.
time.
He's a Scorpio, so I already know he and I would never jive together in a million years. And I could say one thing that would piss this dude off so fast. I can piss a male Scorpio off in a heartbeat with this mouth. Because guess what? They got one too. And we're going to banter each other. And I can give it back as good as you can give it. It's fun. I will hurt your fucking feelings. That's why I'm single. I can't find a good dude to joke with. She noted he had
Mhm.
poor reciprocatory of interaction, including very frequent refocus of conversation back on his own experiences or unusual responses to my sharing. Unusual responses to my sharing. She
Can't
also,
wait to hear examples of them.
I know, Dolphin, we need more examples. She
Hmm.
also noted his lack of close friends and his poor insight into his role in relationships.
Mm.
Um, what relationship? Oh, look, it highlighted my shit funny. What?
Well, that's why I didn't have any.
What the fuck, lady? She also noticed his lack of close friends and his poor insight into his role in relationships. So that means you gave him some sort of line of questioning about relationships and the roles. Did you think that a girl being friendly to you meant she liked you like that? That's why I don't talk to dudes. You can't even
Maybe
fucking
you
hardly
didn't
speak to one.
understand
You
cues,
cannot
social
look.
cues at all.
I don't care. That's a dude thing. I've been single a really long time by design because it got to a point you could not even say hello or smile at a guy without him thinking you're ready to go home and get down. And I'm like, ooh, are you serious?
I
I'm a
think Hardy's
talker.
right. It does look like he left Pennsylvania because he was about to erupt. That's probably why he looked for a PhD program out of state, you
I
think?
think all
Hmm.
that just fell into his lap too. He was recommended for it. The
True.
motherfucker was smart.
It was
They didn't
perfect
know he,
timing.
yeah,
Mhm.
he was smart. He had to play, he was masking.
Yep.
He had to
Oh
play
yeah.
that role, and he still wanted to progress in his studies, and he knew that was the best place to go, so why not? I'm being recommended for there. I'm a shoe-in. I've got this, and I can continue to learn. If he didn't leave that fucking sheath because Kaylee came in and interrupted him, and he beat the hell out of her, this dude would have kept going.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
wouldn't have
because would
been
they have found him if not for the sheath?
no,
We
they
don't
wouldn't
know.
have. I mean, let's be honest. We got grainy car footage around the immediate area of the home, unless some of these 23 times show a daylight shot of a white Elantra. Then they gotta get a license plate. Then they gotta match it up to somebody. So no,
Unless
there's a good
ultimately
chance we would have
one of
ever.
his sisters, because I feel like one of his sisters probably called FBI and said, "Hey, my brother lives in that area. He's very strange.
I think that was after they
He's different
realized there was no
profile."
sheath.
You
But
think one of his sisters dropped that dime, huh?
I do.
I
I'm
do.
starting to think so.
Mm.
But I
Yeah,
think
I
I.
can't wait to find
But
out.
because one of them's going is being called for
after
questioning,
she
right?
got information, here's the
Hmm.
thing: if a sheath hadn't gotten left there, the PCA would have never have come out because they wouldn't have had one to write. There would have been no mention other than a white Elantra being looked for. So the only
Right.
thing she would have had to go on was a white Elantra in that area.
Yeah, but that's enough
That
for
I understand that, but by the time she called them, she already had a mound of other stuff. She
yeah.
knew about the sheath. She knew about this. She knew about that. She knew about the fucking fight with the professors. I'm sure mom and dad discussed it. I'm sure Brian called mommy and told her. He had to tell him something eventually. But here he was planning to go back to Washington after the trip. Everybody, all the evidence so far, they keep saying
Oh,
he
well,
was
they said he was going to fight it or whatever. What was happening
of
at the
course,
university?
he
Yeah.
fighting traffic tickets.
Mm-hmm.
So of course he's going to go back and try to defend his job. All the whole time worried about that fucking sheath. Because in the back of this dude's mind, he is beating himself up over that sheath. You idiot, you left the sheath. You better hope you didn't leave DNA on it. What are you going to do if you did? Don't think that was on his mind for quite a long time until the knock on the door in the middle of the night. Actually, when he was standing at the back door watching them watch him, he knew the jig was up.
I don't know. I got the feeling he doesn't care that he was caught. I don't know why.
Part of him does and part of him doesn't. Monsters within know they can't be stopped unless they're caught.
Mm-hmm.
And many serial killers have now come out years later and said that very same thing.
Like, I think he
Always,
knows this was his destiny to get caught, and
well, eventually,
mm-hmm.
but he was trying not to, and he almost did not get caught. That's the thing. If it wasn't for the sheath, I don't think we would be sitting here talking about Brian Koberger right now. It would have took him a lot longer because we can't rely on that damn WSU cop to get the information over in time. It took him a month. Shit, FBI gave him a name before a WSU cop did.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever. She noted that he had poor. Okay, we read that part. She also noted his lack of the friends and his role in the relationships. I like to see that list, how they came to that conclusion. Dr. Orr further observed deficits in defendants' nonverbal communication, noting poor integration and verbalization and eye contact, limited use of descriptive gestures. Limited use of descriptive. Not everyone talks with their hands. I do. Restricted range of effect. A typical tone. As to his speech, Dr. Orr observed that the defendant was generally clearly articulated and his speech was appropriate in rate and volume, but overall monotone. His language his language was generally appropriate in content and form with an extensive vocabulary, but overly formal, often over-inclusive and disorganized, and highly repetitive, with frequent scripted phrases. Scripted phrases.
Hmm.
I was out driving around. That kind of scripted phrase. What the fuck?
No, I think it's more like in social interactions what to say
Mm-hmm.
because he doesn't know how to
Right.
appropriately react to people, so he has scripted things. That's
Yeah,
how I read it, anyways.
I get it still. Scripted phrases, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Orr noted the defendant often used the phrases objectively speaking, mind you. See,
Oh, okay.
he's an asshole.
To be fair.
To be fair. Oh my God. To be fair.
I think I use that.
Are you living on the YouTube streets? To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Moral of the story. So he uses that a lot.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day. I like that one, Firefly.
I made that one up. I mean, I didn't make it up.
No, I get you. No, you made it up on the fly. Firefly's like, watch me go.
Please.
That was a good one. So, yeah, and at the end of the day, we could throw that one in there too. You still look guilty as hell.
Yep.
As to the second criterion, Dr. Orr found I want to hear him talk more.
Yeah.
Don't eat the mic like Stefan Stearns. Like, sit back enough and
I would like to hear him converse with somebody. That would be fascinating.
It would. I want to hear him say objectively speaking. And mind you, and now to be fair, and now here's the moral of the story. But at the end of the day, I can make a whole ass video about that if I concentrate.
Yep.
They're still showing the feed, guys, and nothing is happening. I don't know how far 38 Fairview was from the damn courthouse. And I'm hoping none of them are drinking and driving today.
Oh, jeez.
I couldn't help it. I'm so over this
Can you
drug
make them all
stuff.
take a breathalyzer before they, like, take them for a ride?
I'd be asking if I was a juror. I'm like, who am I
Me
riding with again?
too.
Can I drive myself? I like to be
I
in
don't trust
control.
anybody in this town.
I
Nope.
can trust y'all. I like to be in control of my. I drive my train. Um, I tell my eagle where to fly. It's a song, by the way. As I've got a song for everything. Don't we, Eric Church? As to the second criterion, Dr. Orr found defendant exhibited all four of the behaviors. He engaged in occasional subtle rocking of his upper torso while seated.
Never
And
noticed that. Have
yeah,
you?
and scripted and repetitive language. He appeared fixated on the routine or timing of breaks and procedures during the examination. Well, if he's fixated on a routine and timing breaks, he needs to realize the judge is in charge of that court, and then breaks may come at different times. Good thing he ain't got Canoni. My God. She wouldn't be good for his ADS or whatever, ASD, whatever you call it, autism spectrum disorder, because she'd be throwing all kinds of curveballs in his way. He also demonstrated rigidity in his thinking and behavior, perspective ideation, wanting to know the results of his testing. Oh, well,
Mm.
most people do.
Yeah.
Most people want to know the results of their test, but he probably wanted to know immediately, and he probably kept asking.
I'm sort of surprised his IQ's only 119. I mean, not that that's bad,
I
but
am too.
I thought it would be higher. I
That
don't know.
what?
I wonder when he was IQ tested.
Probably during all this psych eval.
Mm.
Well,
I
that
said,
he was. He might have been
yeah.
tested in the past at some point for like school
Mhm.
or something, but because they'll do that on throughout the kids going to school, but they probably did it as part of this evaluation. Yeah. She also noted he was highly distracted by sounds or activity occurring around him, and frequently looked from side to side. Oh, well, I do that. Like sitting at my desk right now, the window's to my left, and it's always open, and I'm constantly looking around because usually I got a dog. I have to look for the dog and the cat are at, because if the cat decides to get squirrely, the dog might be in trouble. But I'm always, if you come into my peripheral, I'm looking. As a result of being easily distracted, he needed instructions repeated to him. So he's so easily, so why is he teaching a bunch of students?
Because he
He's so
had to have
easily,
a TA position to get his
well,
PhD.
apparently he couldn't handle his job because he already was having
Mhm.
problems. So
Yeah.
he's easily distracted and he needs repeated instructions. But here he is, a TA. Okay.
Mhm.
When he himself needs support, quote unquote. Defendant's neuropsychological profile revealed a high average intellect at baseline, and his full scale IQ score was 119, which is in the 90th percentile for his age. Butterfly says he could have been doing the rocking back and forth just to be doing it during his eval.
Yeah. Well, the last hearing is the first time I've ever noticed him have any sort of unusual movement, right? I've never noticed it before. Like, but he was like
He's
pushing
always
himself
sat there
away,
very stoic.
scratching himself and moving. You
He
notice?
usually just sits there and watches Anne.
Mhm. Yep. Just
When
looks
Anne's
back
up
and
there,
forth.
yeah,
Whoever's talking, he just look.
yep.
You just see him
He's
looking
just now
very
we've seen
stoic.
it. We have seen a few early pictures, back in the day, of him looking at Jay Loxon and I've got the photos from court where he looks over and he smiles at them and things of that nature. But when he's actually during a hearing, if you watch him, he usually just sits there and watches Ann Taylor
And I don't know if I
and
agree,
whoever the
Gary,
attorney
because
is.
she says I'm sure he's faking. He's smart enough to know how, but I don't think socially he's aware enough that he should be doing a certain behavior.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know that he does.
I think he probably does have autism spectrum disorder
Yeah, I
to an
do.
extent. I do believe that. I've always believed there was something there, but it's the way they're trying to use it is the problem, and it doesn't excuse what he
Nah.
did, because you can have autism and not be a mass murderer. You just it is what it is.
Yeah.
But he could be faking some of his symptoms, Carrie, especially when he comes to
You
court.
think?
Is he enhancing? You know what I mean? He's playing it up to the camera, right? Especially now if he's going to start moving around in court and acting odd again. Because the judge said, hey, we've been here for what, 8 fucking hours. I ain't seen him act that way one time.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly,
Dawson?
and that's what I'm saying. All of a
Yeah.
sudden, his behavior is a little odd. So, yeah,
That last hearing, he looked like
This
he
was
was doing
maybe he is
aerobics,
putting
you
it
know?
on in this last hearing.
yeah,
Compared to
uh,
his previous
yeah.
hearings.
This
Yeah.
is a very recent diagnosis, Sinead. He was not diagnosed as a child. We're reading through this document, and they did discuss with his parents his background, but he did not. This is a new diagnosis. I don't know if Anne's scared of him or
Mm.
if Anne's just making herself a good legal play. I don't know. I don't know if she's scared of him though. If she was scared, if she was, she would be making. She knows he's sitting there with a shock vest on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Lori
Mhm.
Lori had her little
She's
thing hid.
protected there.
So yeah, when Lori was coming to court, they finally removed the second set of shackles, but one it was replaced with that shock belt. Um, Everybody has always suspected that Brian Koberger's been coming to court with a shock vest on under that
Probably.
suit.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because if he's a potential killer, you never know. Who's
Yeah,
that
you
one
got.
crazy murderer that Shabusiness is that keeps
Yep.
attacking her lawyer?
She jumps
What
up and
the
attacks
hell?
the lawyers. We got
Oh,
defendants
no.
attacking judges, but here Koberger is
Mm.
walking into court, even
Oh, yeah, you guys
not
remember,
even
like, a
handcuffed.
year ago, the guy that jumped over and
Yeah,
got
Oh,
the
yeah,
judge
that did the
to hold
yeah.
flying leap.
Oh my
The
gosh.
flying leap. He sure did. He
Yeah.
flew over everybody and attacked the
Whoa.
judge, took her to the
That was
ground.
nuts.
So you're not going to tell me they're going to allow this guy to
Oh,
walk
yeah.
into court unhandcuffed and no feet shackles and no shock vest.
He's
Not
got what,
happening.
that knee brace or whatever under his pants that you can't really see. That's why he walks kinda stiff, I think,
Oh, I'll be right
at
back.
least. And
I don't know about it. I
I
don't
don't
know
know if
about
he
a
has
knee brace.
a bulletproof vest on maybe, because sometimes he looks a
Nah,
little bigger. You don't
he's
think
not.
so?
They don't need a bulletproof vest in the courtroom. There shouldn't be anybody with guns
I don't
before.
know, the Gonzalez's are there, so, like, they
I'm
wanna see
sorry,
his
but
ass dead.
when you enter a courthouse in the United States of America, you're not walking in with a gun.
I don't know, it's Idaho.
They
They let
scan
them take
everything.
phones in. I know last
I
time I was at
look.
a courthouse, you couldn't bring a phone in.
They make you put in Florida, everything has to go into a basket and it
Yeah.
is x-rayed and scanned.
Yep.
A year ago, I had to go down to the local courthouse to pay my kid's little $25 fine thingy he had. Anyway, I had an old pocket knife in my purse, and where it was at, like
Oh, Salty's carrying.
the lining had ripped, right? And that
Yeah.
knife had went down that lining.
Oh, looks like
I
you're
forgot it was
concealing this
there. Like,
weapon.
it had
Oh,
been there
no.
forever, right? And I forgot it was there. So as I go into
Mm.
court that day and I scanned my shit, he's like, "Hold up, ma'am." And I'm like, "What?" Because I already know they're looking for everything. They fucking scan you.
Mhm.
You're not getting in there in Florida with a fucking gun. And so he's like, "Ma'am, do you have a knife in your purse?" I looked at him. I was like, "No." And then it dawned on me. I was like, "Oh, wait a minute." And I showed him the rip piece. He started laughing at me and we couldn't get it out. He's like, "How about this? We're really the only ones here. I'll just escort you to the window where you got to go pay this little thing at, and I'll escort you back out of the building." I was like, "That's cool, dude. Thank you, dude." So, yeah, I'm not thinking he's got on and they're not taking him. He's not being displayed in public outside the building.
That's
Like,
true. Yeah.
so he's got on a shock vest. He ain't got room for shock vest, bulletproof vest, and all that bullshit happening.
Yeah. Shock vest, hopefully, at
Yeah,
least.
and
Yeah.
they have a setup when they come into court. They drive into those, um, like a garage, and you can't really even see them getting out of the vehicles and getting into the facility from the county jail. They have a whole security system in place for all that shit. Um, I'm not worried that a Steve Gonzalez is sitting across from the courthouse waiting to snipe this motherfucker.
I mean, I
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
it
with
could
that.
happen, but I see more of a we support Koberger crowd
If
out there than
if
anything.
God help him, he gets acquitted. I don't think it's gonna happen, but
Well, Casey
I
Anthony's still
could see.
alive, so
I don't know. You better watch Steve.
well, I'm not gonna He's a father.
Yeah, I know.
I got no dog in that hunt where Steve can do what Steve
Mhm.
wants.
Yep,
It's
yep,
Oh,
just fair.
sweet. I got my food. Y'all
Oh,
still
what did
talking?
you get?
yep.
What did you get? You're gonna make me
Oh, I ordered from that place that has that sassy egg scramble. It's
Mm,
like a smoked salmon and cream cheese eggs
Oh my gosh.
I have
scrambled
a
and
feeling she
a
got some
bagel,
loaded up scrambled eggs. Mm-hmm.
some
Now
home
you're making
style
me hungry.
potatoes. Hmm.
Now you're making me hungry.
Oh,
I know.
sorry.
I probably shouldn't have asked her what she was having.
Yeah, probably not.
Shit.
Oh,
Call up somebody and have them drop ship that crap right out the sky. Where's them little
Ooh, that
drones
looks
at?
good. Yeah,
Since
really.
I can't
I
get
thought
delivery out here, can I get a drone delivery?
wasn't like Domino's or somebody trying to use drones for delivery
I don't know
a
if
long
what?
time ago?
I've got money. I could call right now and order myself some food, but they would never deliver it to me because I'm so far away.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I haven't even tried out here where I'm at. So.
Right?
Mm.
I got to trade quiet country living for no delivery on food. I'm I'm stuck between a
Yeah.
rock and a hard place. I don't like it. I tried to get my son to buy a place a little bit closer to town, but he wouldn't listen to me. Um, anyway, whatever. It's his money. It's his, what can I say? Dolphin with
Yeah.
her bougie ass food. We love it, right?
Mm.
She be
Mhm.
eating good. Dolphin's like, I don't play around with my fucking food or
Yeah,
my
I
life.
am a bit of a foodie.
She is.
Oh. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say my bacon's missing.
All right. So they have not made their way to the crime scene yet, guys. I'm still
Wow.
monitoring yeah, I'm still monitoring the situation. Um,
I put it up on the side too, just in case you get distracted.
thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I really,
Hmm.
really do. Um, okay. So defendant showed strong verbal abilities, abstract reasoning, memory, concept, formation, and reading skills. However, he displayed weakness in executive functioning, such as planning, cognitive flexibility, impulse control, and organizational approach. He tended to perceive information in a piecemeal manner. How many times we got to hear this phrase, piecemeal manner, then look at the whole picture? He wants to piecemeal the evidence. Ultimately, instead of looking at the whole picture at the end of the day, ultimately, Dr. Orr found defendant was clearly a neurodivergent individual. Where's Miss Shorty? Matt, we got some.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been obvious for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Manifesting all the social and behavioral features. As noted, defendant was assigned a level 1 diagnosis without intellectual impairment, which is at which is the least severe level. Dr. Eileen Ryan, a board certified psychiatrist retained by the defense team, agreed with Dr. Orr's ASD diagnosis after conducting a comprehensive forensic psychiatric examination of the defendant. Of note, she observed the defendant is highly intelligent and has a factual understanding of the proceedings against him. I'm sure he does have a factual understanding considering he studied it in school.
Mhm.
The penalty, and rocked it, as I might add, the penalty he is possibly facing, please, mm, please, and the roles of the courtroom personnel, etc. Ryan report, page 33. She further noted there was no evidence of a formal thought disorder or thought disorganization. It's a little contradictory then from what the other doctor was trying to say. Huh. Analysis. Relying on the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, Article blah, 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 of the Idaho Constitution, defendant seeks to have individual diagnosed with defendant seeks to have individuals diagnosed with ASD categorically exempt from the death penalty. He contends a categorical exemption is warranted for individuals with ASD because they are insufficiently culpable,
Phew,
meaning, he's not responsible for what he did,
please.
and execution would not satisfy the retributive and deterrent purposes of capital punishment. Deterrent purposes of capital punishment, like
It would satisfy the victim's family.
life in prison is not a deterrent.
Yeah.
Execution of individuals with ASD is contrary to evolving standards of decency, and death sentences for individuals with ASD are inherently unreliable due to their inability. We got to. Are they still showing the outside of the courthouse? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed it was moving around at the corner of my eye, and I had to look. So I'll get it up on my phone as well. Alternatively, he argues removal of the death penalty as sentencing option in this case is warranted due to the impact his ASD will have on his ability to present a meaningful defense, particularly given the intense media attention on his disability. We will not focus on his disability, ma'am. I promise you that we won't. You are a little obsessed with it. Um,
Yeah.
his ASD will have an impact on his It's no, it doesn't have an impact. What are they even talking about now? Word salad. A categorical exemption from capital punishment for individuals with ASD is not warranted. The 18th Amendment provides excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel or unusual punishment inflicted. U.S. Constitution amended. The United States Supreme Court has interpreted the Eighth Amendment to categorically prohibit the execution of three classes of individuals: the intellectually disabled under Atkins versus Virginia, individuals who commit murder while before the age of 18 under Roper and Simmons, individuals incompetent to be executed under Ford and Wainwright. Um,
Sorry, level 1 autism doesn't fit that category,
no,
buddy.
ma'am, it does not. At issue here is the first category, Atkins. The court held the mentally retarded, now intellectually disabled, must be categorically exempt from execution. We discussed that earlier, after finding that the cognitive and behavioral deficiencies and drive and intellectual disability diagnosis negate the penological purposes served by the death penalty and give rise to a special risk that the death penalty will be wrongfully imposed. Remember earlier I said that back in the day, before they changed the name, if you were labeled mentally retarded, that would take the death penalty off the table. Autism does not reach that level, especially a level 1.
No.
Yeah, no, and they've changed the term. Now it's intellectually disabled. But back in the day when I was growing up, that was the common term. I understand it's a highly offensive term now, but there was a time that was the accepted term. Um, just being honest. Categorical exemption was consistent with society's contemporary standings of decency. Yes, at the time it was. You're right. No court has ever found ASD to be categorically death disqualifying diagnosis. However, the defendant argues ASD is the functional equivalent of intellectual disability, and therefore the rational underpinning in Atkins applies with equal force to individuals with ASD. He further argues that categorically excluding individuals with ASD from capital punishment is consistent with society's prevailing standards of decency. The state responds that categorical exemption from death penalty is only available under the law to those with intellectual disabilities, the definition which ASD fails to satisfy. It further disputes that there is any national consensus supporting defendant's claim. The state is correct. First, intellectual impairment, a hallmark of an intellectual disability, is not present in the diagnostic criteria of ASD, and no court has ever found the two to be equivalent. Second, defendant has not presented any evidence of national consensus as to whether the death penalty is a disappropriate punishment for individuals with ASD. ASD is not equivalent to an intellectual disability for purposes of death penalty exemption. Capital punishment must be limited to those offenders who commit a narrow category of the most serious crimes and whose extreme culpability makes them the most deserving of execution. They cite the Atkins case again. In considering whether intellectual disabled persons are categorically less culpable than the average criminal, the Atkins court relied on clinical definitions of an intellectual disability offered by the American Association of Mental Retardation and the American Psychiatric Association. Both define the condition based on the presence of two criteria: sub-average intellectual function and significant limitations in adaptive skills manifesting prior age 18. Based on this criteria, the court found intellectual disabled were categorically less culpable for crimes, noting mentally retarded persons frequently know the difference between right and wrong and are competent to stand trial. Because of their impairment, however, by definition, they have diminished capacities to understand and process information, to communicate, to abstract from mistakes and learn from experience, to engage in logical reasoning, no control or I'm sorry, to control impulses and to understand other reactions of others. There's no evidence they are more likely to engage in criminal conduct than others, but there is abundant evidence that they often act on impulse rather than pursuant to premeditated plan. Ah, I like that wording, Judge. Likely to engage in criminal conduct that they're not. Okay, there is no evidence that they are more likely to engage in criminal conduct other than others. There is the abundant evidence that they often act on impulse rather than pursuant to a premeditated plan, like Coburgers, and that in group settings they are followers rather than leaders. Based on the deficiencies, the court found two independent reasons to categorically exclude the intellectual disability from the death penalty, both of which the court found were consistent with legislative consensus that mentally retarded should be categorically excluded from execution. First, the reduced culpability of the intellectually disabled, undetermined, and twin justifications underpinning the death penalty: retribution and deterrence of capital crimes. As to retribution, the court reasoned that if the culpability of the average murderer is insufficient to justify the imposition of the death penalty. That's a lot of reading that they're getting to.
Yeah.
Um, it's just because he's right under the law, right? Like I said in the very beginning, there was a time when only the mentally retarded under that term would have been exempt from the death penalty. And they're on a whole other level than what Koberger's over here claiming he's on. Um, all of that makes sense. I'm going to skip down a little bit because the second, the court found that the reduced capability of intellectually disabled offenders gave rise to an unacceptable risk that the death penalty could not be reliably imposed. Namely, the court found that aggregate intellectually disabled offenders faced a special risk of wrongful execution because they are more susceptible to false confessions and less able to make a persuasive showing of mitigation in the face of prosecutorial evidence. You know what I was just wondering? Are they allowing cameras to follow those jurors out to that scene?
I doubt it.
I don't think they are.
No.
Just because they're all still gathered at the courthouse, all these people, and
Oh,
they're
yeah,
not.
that's a good point. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to
So,
wait till they see the scene and come back, right?
I guess we'll play it by ear. We're gonna see what the feed is up, so we'll see what happens. That just dawned on me for some reason as I glanced over at it and realized, what the fuck are they doing?
Well, I'm trying to think back to Murdaugh when Murdaugh jury went to the scene.
You know what?
There were
Mhm.
they were on site showing the bus, but they didn't show the jurors,
That's
but
right.
so
I'm trying to recall that in my brain too.
so it'll probably be on the news that they're there, I guess.
They may have allowed a crew to go with them. They may not because they don't want to show the jurors. You know what I mean? Okay. So, namely, the court found that the aggregate intellectually disabled offenders face a special risk of wrongful execution because they're more susceptible to false confessions, make a persuasive showing of mitigation in face of prosecutorial evidence of one or more aggravating factors, may be less able to give meaningful assistance to their counsel, are typically poor witnesses, their demeanor may create an unwarranted impression of lack of remorse of the crimes, Further, the court found that reliance on mental retardation as a mitigation factor can be a two-edged sword that may enhance the likelihood of the aggravation, right, factor, and future dangerousness will be found by the jury. Exactly. I get that part
You got an
too.
IQ of
Some,
119. You're not retarded. You're not mentally
no,
retarded.
but yeah,
Nope.
no, he's not mentally retarded. That's what yeah. Uh,
Yep, yep.
um, Similar adaptive impairments to those with an intellectual disability. Consequently, the same justifications underlying the Atkins exemption should apply to the defendants with ASD. And then he goes on to note that intellectual disability based on the Atkins case is based on deficits of both intellectual and functional adaptive ability. And they're going to continue to cite why that case is important and why 50%. Okay. Dr. Ryan noted in her report that it is estimated that 50% of individuals with ASD have a degree of intellectual disability. 50%, she's going to say now, are on the scale to the point where they have intellectual disability that is now being also termed, is the new term for mental retardation. 50% of people with autism are mentally retarded, according to Brian Koberger's defense. Their words, not mine. Well, this expert lady. I still need to go back and read these footnotes. Oh my God, I'll get sidetracked with them. Further,
What
even,
page are you on?
I am on
I
page
can't tell.
9.
Oh, okay. I lost my place. I was looking at
You're good.
the whole
I'm gonna have to grab
document.
a cold
Okay.
Coke here in a second. I'm gonna dump this coffee. I need a Coca-Cola. Um, Let me go down and make sure I am on page 9. I think I might have messed myself up. Okay. And they make poor witnesses. He contends that evidence of ASD is a double-edged sword. Yeah, I read that. Maybe I'm on page 10, Dolphin. The lack of any uniform presentation which can be measured on an objective scale, like IQ, youth, competency, renders ASD inapt for categorical exemption. Further, courts that have considered whether to extend Atkins to mental health disorders similar to ASD have uniformly declined to do so. For example, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which is, I know exactly what that is, which is a group of conditions that can occur in a person exposed to alcohol before birth. It is characterized by many of the same behavioral issues and learning challenges that mark ASD diagnosis. There was a time in this country fetal alcohol spectrum disorder was a fucking thing. Because we just couldn't put that goddamn glass of wine down for 9 months. Reasoning that AFASD cannot be medically equated to an intellectual disability. Courts have found that the justifications for exempting individuals with intellectual disabilities from the death penalty do not apply to individuals with FASD. And I'm just going to scroll on down here. Likewise, courts, including the Idaho Supreme Court, have squarely refused to extend Atkins to severe mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, antisocial personalities disorder, and they cite State versus Dunlap, declining to extend Atkins to categorically prohibit execution of the mentally ill, joining every court.
Oh, he graduated. One of these footnotes says he graduated his master's program with a 4.0.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, keep an eye on those footnotes for me, Dolphin, because they're
On
interesting.
page 10. Yeah, that's why I was looking at the whole document.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine because as I'm I don't want to get sidetracked into one of those and get, you know me, I'll get sidetracked too easily. But if you see something that needs to be pointed out, by all means, ma'am, bring it
Okay.
up. Let me know about it. So it said what again? He had
A 4.0 GPA for his
4.0.
master's program. He
Okay.
graduated with a 4.0.
Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, dude didn't have any problems.
Nope.
None whatsoever.
Mm-mm.
Danger has joined the conversation.
Oh,
Danger.
hey,
We're like,
Danger.
we're like, oh, hey, Danger. Hey, Danger. We
We're
love our
Danger's
Danger folks.
angels.
Right? Oh my God. We love our danger zone around here, if y'all can't tell. He's our secret weapon. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so, all right. In sum, defendant has not demonstrated, nor has any court held, that persons with ASD have similar cognitive and behavioral deficiencies that result in unequivalent diminishment of culpability to be deterred and capacity to assist in their defense as individuals with an intellectual disability. They may share some similar adaptive deficiencies. Defendant has not demonstrated how this alone establishes equivalence for Eighth Amendment purposes. Section 2 says defendant has not established national consensus against the execution of individuals with ASD. Yes, for the for Eighth Amendment purposes, cruel and unusual punishment is defined by evolving standards of decency that mark progress of a maturing society. like the like the firing squad? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Ascertaining the standards of decency require consideration of objective indica. Look, I'm over here. Indica, indicia of society standards. Danger, my mind went there. Some indica, as expressed in legislative enactments, the state practice to determine whether there is national consensus against the sentencing practice at issue. Graham versus Florida. In Atkins, for example, the court found that two independent reasons for categorically excluding the intellectually disabled from the death penalty were consistent with legislative consensus. Okay, I think we get the gist. Defendant argues categorically excluding individuals with ASD from capital punishment is consistent with society's prevailing standards of decency. He notes that the psychological community's understanding of the misinformations of ASD has significantly evolved over the past 40 years, bringing with it a marked explosion in both ASD diagnosis. A marked explosion. You got that right, lady. In both ASD diagnosis and increased societal awareness. Now, can we assume that maybe some of this overwhelming sudden diagnosis might be big pharma in the background at play? Maybe. Kind of like when bipolar was the thing. We'll ignore alcoholism, though, and drug dependency in America. We'll just diagnose you with something new. He further notes that evidence of ASD has been held to be relevant in criminal cases to issues of intent. As for legislative enactments, he points two states, Ohio and Kentucky. Do they have the largest population or something? Which recently enacted legislation barring people with serious mental illness from being sentenced to death. Yo, Mickey Steins is trying that shit out over there in Kentucky. Will he prevail? At best, the evidence demonstrates a growing socialite sensitivity to mental disorders generally. However, evidence of evolving standards of decency must come from legislative and executive actions. Two states protecting individuals with severe mental illness from execution is not a national consensus. So, two states, lady, is not a national consensus. We have 50 states, and you got two. Okay. Someone needs some math assistance. Further, these two states' statutes only apply to schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. That's a new one for me. Schizoaffective disorder, bipolar disorder. They got bipolar now too, and delusional disorder. Moreover, courts, including the Idaho Supreme Court, continue to reject the notion of national consensus in the context of mental illness. So we all get the gist. The judges say, nope, 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 you're not getting away with that. I'm not going to continue to read what the court's finds. I think we know what the courts are finding. I want to get down to his order. That was the end of it anyway. So, motion to strike the death penalty because of his autism disorder is flat out denied by Judge Hippler. Do we all agree with Judge Hippler's ruling on that situation?
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
Firefly, you still here?
Oh wait, did she fall off the
Did
face of the
she?
earth? She did. Let me bring her back. She
Uh,
fell. There she is. You fall off, honey.
oh, now her screen
Now,
is
now she's
black.
not back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
there
there we
she
go.
is. There she is. Yeah.
Sorry about
I'm
that. I
just
was
catching.
like going from my laptop to my desktop.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you're good.
I
Okay.
lost connection for a second. Yeah, 100% agree with him. Yep.
Yeah, the judge didn't buy it, did he, Carrie? Danger says, poor little fella.
Poor little feller.
Danger, you know me. Danger, that Elantra is still key, right? Okay. I'm going to go grab a Coke, but I'm going to pull up our next document. They are still outside the courthouse, right, Dolphin? You seeing the same thing I'm
Mm-hmm.
seeing?
Yeah,
Okay.
they changed the camera view, but they're not doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of need them to come on back and get back onto business so I can take my phone into the kitchen with me and make me a little something, something. But in the
That's what I was
I
meantime,
thinking too.
mean,
I'm like,
honestly, she might as well just do a lunch break when they finish, you know?
I'm saying, right?
And
Dolphin's
then
like,
just
we got
resume
shit
after
to do.
lunch.
we probably will,
Mm-hmm.
knowing her.
Knowing her, right? We're back now. Bev needs a break. I got to go to the bathroom and I need to eat. I need a
Does Bev
latte.
take a lot of breaks?
Yeah.
Oh,
Give me a
wow.
latte. I need a fresh Depends.
I was going to say, tell her to put on an adult diaper and just,
I was saying that
suffer
yesterday. I
through.
think she's.
Shit.
I was like, I said, none of us are gonna know, Bev. It's okay.
Mm.
You buy the good ones. None of us are gonna know. I don't wear them, but my aunt did, so I know you need to buy the good ones. You'll be okay, lady. But yeah, she'll be hangry and she'll need a latte and all the things. She might need some
Mm-mm-mm.
coffee with some black coffee with a shot of whiskey. I don't fucking know. All right, so
Hangry and
Dolphin,
basement.
I'll let Dolphin Firefly. Which one do you guys want to dive into next? The vague disclosed testimony or the
Oof.
911 text message?
I don't know if I'm ready to get my blood pressure up again because you know that
Oh,
text
she
message
said it.
one.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, and I
yeah.
want to spend time on that if we, I don't want to be interrupted by the court, so maybe we'll just hold off on those two for a minute. She needs a coffee, butterfly. She
Mm.
needs a coffee. So how is that, guys? With my southern
Coffee.
slang, coffee. It's coffee talk. Remember that on
Coffee.
what was
Yeah.
it, Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, that's good. Hmm.
I love that skit. I love those ladies. I love it. We need to have a. We should name a
When
show
you
that.
get
Call it.
to
We should have named our show that Coffee Talk.
when you get to what what's her name?
Refill her flask.
Talk
She's
and Hara. That's what they talk about.
um.
From
Okay, we
Police
can take a look at
Officer
that piece. Firefly, we can barely hear you, honey. I feel
Yeah,
like we're
you sound like you're across the room.
I was
Oh, okay,
talking
hold
over
on.
you, didn't it? It was like last night, but she was talking to us and we didn't hear a word she was freaking saying. We felt so rude. Um, they are actually danger. They have taken the jury on a little field trip to view the crime scene or the scene of the incident, and we didn't get to go. We got cameras outside the courtroom lurking for when they get back. So, um,
Is that better?
a
Mm,
little bit. Let me see if I need to turn you up
I think
you
backstage.
my
sound hollow.
I think my
Yeah.
internet is not
Oh,
good
now
today.
you're better.
Oh, okay.
Okay. My
Thanks. Yeah,
internet's
that
been
is
like
loud.
fading a little bit. Oh, okay. All right. I was
Yeah. So,
saying Jennifer McCabe. She talked
are
about
you on
this.
earbud? Are you talking to? Are you on earbuds?
No, I just think I
The
have a bad
laptop
internet.
mic?
No,
Yeah.
right now I have my regular um, headphones on, so it should be back to
Check
normal.
it to see, check the mic to see if it's actually using your headset mic and not your laptop mic.
Oh,
'Cause you
Yeah.
sound hollow.
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Like it's
Yeah.
coming out of the laptop.
Danger. What the hell kind of tidbit is that? Yesterday was Barbara Streisand's birthday. How is she? 100? I'm like, I don't even know for real. Isn't she getting close?
She's up there. Is that better?
That's
I'm
much
up
better.
there
Thank
now.
you. Is
Oh,
that what it was?
I'm going by
yeah.
my age,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Dolphin. I'm like, damn, look how
Thought
old I
so.
am now. That lady was okay. Where I'm talking, that lady's at least my daddy's age, if not older. She's in her 80s.
Yeah, 80s. Yeah, definitely,
Mhm.
I would say.
Okay, so while we are waiting on this, I go grab a Coke. I want to bring you guys this interview that I saw. We won't go into the Lori Vallow one yet because that I'm gonna have to stop and be my snarky self. But this news piece that I was telling you guys about.
83 is
Okay,
how old she is. Yep.
so this is 83. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
is she still married to what's his name? James
Brolin? Yeah, I
Brolin?
think so.
Hmm.
He was always like a handsome dude.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. She was born in 1942. Oh, yes, I did see that she sent me an email. I will get to that this afternoon, guys. Thank you.
Well,
Um,
she did show up for coffee talk once. Mm-hmm. A skit.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, yeah, yes, she did. Sweaty balls. Y'all got some sweaty balls.
Now that sounds like Billy Crystal.
I
Sweaty.
know. Remember, I loved Billy Crystal on
Mm-hmm.
Saturday Night Live. Eddie Murphy back in the day. Oh my God. Hi, I'm the guy who shot the guy who shot the guy who shot Buckwheat.
Oh, yeah, vaguely remember that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
first time he'd come out, he'd be like, "Hi, I shot the guy that shot Buckwheat." Then he'd come out, "Hi, I'm the guy who shot the guy who shot Buckwheat," and it kept going through the
Mm-hmm.
whole fucking show. Me and my sister were rolling. I don't know why I remember that one. All right, this is Ashley Banfield talking about the take. Well, talking about the Carrie Roberts testimony. So let's see what she's got to say herself this time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Any
no, you
day
didn't.
I
that a
The
defense attorney
clown.
can catch a prosecution witness saying two different things that really contradict each other, that is what you call a good day. But it is what you call a great day if it happens in a high-profile murder case and if you're the defendant. Let's take KarenRead, who's on trial for a second time in Dedham, Massachusetts, for allegedly killing her police officer boyfriend. The prosecutors say she hit John O'Keefe with her SUV and then just left him there to die in the snow. And the witness in question today is this woman, Carrie Roberts. She is a friend of that police officer victim. And she testified at Read's first trial as well, and also testified for the prosecution. Here's her story. She says that Karen Read called her at 5 o'clock in the morning screaming, "John's dead." And then followed that with like, he might have been hit by a snowplow. This is bombshell testimony, people, because that call, she says, came in way before John's body was ever found lying in the snow. How could she have known John's dead? How could she have known about a snowplow? How could she have known about snow? Really hard to like get over this, right? Except if you're that guy. If you are Alan Jackson. On cross-examination, Karen's hotshot
look
defense
for that
attorney,
guy.
Alan Jackson, took this witness down a notch. He pointed out inconsistencies between her grand jury testimony and what she said in court. And it all had to do with what this witness claims Karen Read was saying out loud that terrible morning in the snow. This witness originally told the grand jury that she'd overheard Karen instructing their other friend, Jen McCabe, to Google hypothermia. But as it turns out, on cross, that actually may not have happened.
You painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors
It's epic.
was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer that.
Nobody told me to say it.
Still, that's rough, right? That is rough. If a defense attorney can point out you said something that you didn't say. That's rough. So there was that today, right? Like wind out of sails, the prosecution. And then a little later in the day, the victim's mom, John O'Keefe's mom, she took the stand for the very first time. Her name is Peggy O'Keefe, and she talked about KarenRead coming over to visit the morning that she learned her son was dead. She said Karen didn't offer condolences. Karen didn't offer a hug. Karen has a different description for this. But the prosecutors added that Karen's sole reason for coming over was to get her car the hell out of there, because they say that car was a murder weapon. So I'm going to stop here. I'm going to bring in somebody who's following all of this as closely as we are. Annie Elise hosts the true crime podcast Seriously with Annie Elise, and she's here with me live. Annie, we're doing this.
I didn't even know, girl.
First and foremost,
was in here.
let's just go to that moment on the stand where Kerry Roberts was sort of really put to the test by KarenRead's lawyer. I mean, she really did have to admit
That tells me
she
who
said
the
two
source
different
for some of her stuff is. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. It was interesting because not only was he seemingly catching her in a lie and that she had perjured herself, but all through cross, he was insinuating that her previous statements to law enforcement were colored by Jen McCabe, the same person who he was now insinuating is the one who instructed her to lie to the grand jury and say that she overheard Karen direct her to Google how long hypothermia, when now she's saying she never heard Karen say that. And I think it's very interesting too, because he brought up, okay, well, when you said that in the grand jury, why did you say the words how long? Because we also know of the infamous Google search, how long to die in the cold. So why would you use those particular words? To which she couldn't answer.
So here's the other thing yesterday when I was watching, and I want to know your perspective in the court, because outside of court, I have a very strong feeling about this. Yesterday, it seemed that the prosecution went on at length, laying groundwork with this witness to suggest that she was not friendly with anybody in that house. So if you think she's part of a big old grand conspiracy with all those party goers who, you know, in the defense's view, killed John O'Keefe and then covered it up and framed Karen, the prosecution really wanted to look like this witness is not chummy with those people. Today, once again, that went out the window.
Oh, absolutely. Alan Jackson on cross, she not only was admitting that she and Jen McCabe and some of the others are in constant contact, but it seems like now she and Jen have become best friends since that night in January. And he had alluded to and asked her several times, so would you guys talk before you would make statements to law enforcement? She said yes. They built timelines together. They had conversations, all in preparation for these statements that she gave to law enforcement. And at one point, too, while she was in an interview with law enforcement, Jen McCabe texted her right then and there, too. So again, really inferring that all of her statements and even her testimony isn't that of her own, but more so heavily influenced by Jen McCabe.
And it's for the jury to weigh it, right? To decide how much credibility do I give to this and how much do I not? Okay, so I wasn't sure about this. It's always really hard to watch when a victim's mom gets on the stand and has to answer questions, even from the friendly fire, right? That's the prosecutor asking friendly questions of John O'Keefe's mom. And I watched this as she broke down, and I just thought, oh God, as a mom myself, my heart broke for her. I just didn't understand what this did for the case. Did it do anything, or did it just humanize John O'Keefe?
I think it was meant more as a strategy to humanize him and to also illustrate that this family has just gone through tremendous tragedy and so much loss. And if you pull at the jury's heartstrings that way, of course, that whole courtroom was emotional. Anybody is going to feel emotion during that moment. But what I thought was interesting is after the prosecution had talked with her, for cross, Alan Jackson was like, I just want, I'm sorry for your loss. I don't want to ask you anything, almost to say like, you've gone through enough, you're grieving, I can't imagine this loss, and no further questions.
Yeah, if you're not going to make any points, don't go after a grieving mom. It doesn't do you any good. Okay, last, real quick. They want to play Karen's words against her in court. And this was what we've been waiting for. This is how trial number 2 is going to be so different from trial number 1. One of these clips is under advisement right now. The judge is going to decide tomorrow. And it's a clip from the Hulu documentary. When I watched it, I thought, ooh, that is not going to be good for KarenRead if it ever gets played in court. And she's basically imitating that mom that morning when KarenRead came over and they'd all discovered that John was dead. And the words that she uses, and I'm going to imitate it, was sort of snarly. He looks like he got hit by a car. I mean, she's snarling. Karen is snarling. And, you know, this is not going to play well if the jurors see her that callous towards a grieving mom. But do you think this is going to get in? Like, where are we? Or is it 50-50?
So, to my understanding, right now it's 50-50, and the reason why the defense was trying to get this out.
Hang on. They were showing the OnlyFans, and it was not in motion. Somebody commented, even the OnlyFans needs a break. I was cracking up, but we got a guy on the witness stand. Fuck. Unless they're not showing, they didn't decide to go show all this shit, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't all the way up to the live portion. Yeah, there is somebody on the witness stand.
They just got on, whoever it is.
Chief of Pathology and the Laboratory Medical Director.
Chief of Pathology.
At Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass. To demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made. And we, every day, make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist, is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
And what did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited. Still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. You know, if they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out. If they're normal, if they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse. So they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those. Generally, you look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next two exhibits.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Thank you. Exhibit 36.
Excuse me. Thank you. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab, because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yep.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA, and 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency, and then after that it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and times. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room, so it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
Oh, R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again, if you could just look at that and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of KarenRead.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
Okay. And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? No objection. All right, thank you. Exhibit 37.
Your Honor, may I return to the document?
Yes.
And Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team. to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
No.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? Do you want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you. I'll ask some additional questions to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive, it's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Say that again. Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional questions about NADH, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this. Maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do. We take the patient's sample, and it's based on we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add actually in the test system alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there, and what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light and there's physics and looks at 340 nanometers. And it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin. And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia. That can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes, there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid. That can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor. I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hematoma.
Yeah.
If I could just
go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid, or LDH, actually forms NADH. Right?
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which,
can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration in whole blood?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, Doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. And it hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see how do we compare. And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir.
Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Swallow that officer right here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass, and I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago, and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school was a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
Oh, I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training?
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
The engine, correct. Yep.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time, so he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure, it's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient whether voluntarily or involuntarily because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're on scene first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, it was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different. Depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more psych eval, because that's what we were called for. Cooperative, uncooperative, combative. I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and then it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection. Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection. I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said, but that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door,
Correct.
had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time, I did not.
Okay. Have you, by the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who was that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay, you jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time? Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time, when you're interacting with Ms. Reed, that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So, hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct. For her. For the defendant, some people don't have repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital, I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation?
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
Okay.
You know, I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But
That's
we
what I was trying to get at.
couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call we jot down notes on a notepad, just so when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I
in
did.
anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
The grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
I knew it. I knew that was going to invoke a sidebar. Y'all think Bev's ready for her lunch now? I'm going to look that sidebar number 2, Dolphin. I remember to write it down. Yeah, no, I'm considering going and making a fresh pie. I grabbed something to eat a few minutes ago when they finally kicked off. And then I sat here and painted my fingernails, listening to this testimony, taking notes when I needed to. They keep tripping these people up on their grand jury testimony versus their now testimony, which makes me very curious about another case in grand jury testimony. I find that interesting. I'm stashing it away in the back of my forensic mind. So he was saying her last words to him versus her last conversation.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There was no other details than there was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, her last thing that she had said to him was an argument. Did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No.
or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes. Right.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
No. You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Lady, I was trying to candle shop. Sidebar number 3. Sidebar number 3. It's like 12:40 there. Bev's gonna be calling for lunch soon. I'm a little less concerned with all this stuff that was said right around the time this all was happening and get on to the evidence at hand. Yeah, their testimony's not changing a ton, like these firefighters and stuff. Like, I don't think they were just setting out to get Karen, but I think they were influenced at some point by some, different statements. But it's different to say that, she didn't elaborate anything about how that last conversation took place to him, versus phone call, voicemail. Those are my final words, all that bullshit. This is all black to it.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes last words. But there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
your
your entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had the last time they had talked she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection. I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13? Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
Oh, goodness. Bring all of it, she says. Don't leave a single thing. Firefly, you still here? She's like, oh my God. Oh God.
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I came. I was just listening and doing stuff, but now, yeah, I got tired.
Sidebar number 4.
Are you going to take a lunch break, or are you going to go over the documents again?
I'm going over the documents.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got 2 more left to go that aren't. So I figured at lunchtime we'll do that.
Okay. Should be soon. I'm sure.
It should be soon. Yeah, it should. Y'all, what are some good candle brands that are actually going to smell like a really, really good and for a long time?
Candle brands? Other than Yankee Candle?
Yeah, I'm not. I like icky candles. I don't like spending a ton on them, but I'm not into spending a few bucks on these cheap ass things that don't work either. You know what I'm saying?
I've gotten some from Bed Bath & Beyond, but they're expensive also. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a couple from there, here and there. I'm looking at Amazon right now because I'm about to get in the car and go look for no candles. Like I need to go shop on the Amazon. Be like,
oh yeah,
burger. I'll be getting recommendations here in a minute for new candles. Watch.
I never get Rex. I don't know why. I don't seem to get.
I don't even shop that much. I couldn't tell you if I get them.
Oh, I guess I do.
Look, you know.
I guess I do. I do. Yeah, I just never noticed it.
Yeah. Well, you don't think about it
based on your browsing history. Yeah, because it's things you look at, so it's like you don't notice because it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, you're not noticing it's just being fed to you to. You want it to be fed to you to look at, right? So you can shop around. That's the whole fucking point.
Right. I don't see anything that I haven't looked for.
Yeah, I'm not that lady who loves to get in the car and go run around all these different stores shopping.
This is all.
I prefer to sit at home and do it all.
No, me too. This is all stuff that I've looked at, so nothing has been suggested to me. Except this treadmill. I haven't looked up any treadmills, but maybe it's telling me.
Still, we all fucking damn well know that Amazon didn't just randomly start recommending K-bars to that dude.
No.
We all know better. Try that shit with some other people.
Right.
I am Dolphin. I am definitely checking.
Check the reviews. Yeah.
Yeah, the candle stuff, I think. Because I'm not trying to buy a candle. If I'm going to spend a little bit of money on a candle, that bitch better work.
Definitely Bath & Body Works smells really good.
I want my candle to smell I want to walk in the room and smell it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to walk in the room and go,
you know what you can get instead of burning it? Get a candle warmer so that it just sort of semi melts it.
Or either, yeah, I'm over them. I've tried it.
Well, what I mean is get an actual candle and then get the thing that warms it, and so it doesn't.
Yeah, but you set it on the warmer. Yeah.
Yeah, so it smells. I mean, that's saves the life of them, right?
If it will smell, if the damn things will have a smell to them.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to be.
Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant?
There was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection. I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. And reproach. Yes.
We just approached. You didn't straighten it out?
Dude, I gotta show you this. Firefly just sent me butterfly rather, just sent me a link for what's called a candle warmer lamp. Oh my God.
I think it was me. Or I sent one too.
That was from you. Okay, I keep getting you two confused.
I mean, it's just an idea. It's not.
No, that's really fucking cool.
It is cool,
guys. It's
my
like
sister got one for Christmas.
Really?
And I'm like, oh, that is neat. Yeah.
You just turn it on, and it warms up the wax.
Yeah, so you don't have to burn the candle.
You don't got to burn it the whole time. But it's like a cool looking glass. Almost forgot the word lamp, but when you set the candle under it and it has a remote, you can change the lighting on it, low, higher. It's got a timer, it looks like.
And there's lots of styles, so you can get one that you like.
I'm seeing it showing amber and brown.
Yeah.
Which I'd go with that amber. But yeah, it's got a remote control, so you can control the brightness of your LED light.
That'd be nice at night, so you could just have it, kind of.
Oh yeah, because I got a little low light thing almost similar to this in my room already. In case I have to get up in the middle of the night, I don't want to break my neck. But I don't want it so bright I can't sleep. So that would be perfect for somebody like me.
Yeah, they're very cute, and they're not real big, so
Yeah, it
you
doesn't
put on a little side table.
Yeah, because I was like, I have a spot next to the bed, but I've got shit there, of course. But I can move something if I need. That's what I was looking at. The size of it. Yeah. Like, get the fuck out of here! I got something new.
Yeah, my sister's friend gave her one, and she's like, "Look at this! Isn't that cute?" I'm like, "Oh, that's so clever."
So you can also adjust the height of the stand.
Mm-hmm.
It's got
I said, just go on Amazon and look it up. Candle lamp, warmer lamp.
Yeah.
There's a million different ones. Like
I never thought about a candle lamp. I never thought my candles would need a damn lamp, y'all. But hey, it makes sense.
But you know what I mean? They're so expensive. Instead of burning them off, because like in a couple of days I burn them off, and it's like
me too. That's why I'm looking for one that's going to last a long time, because I will light that bitch and it will stay lit all damn day.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Yeah, I don't mind burning the candle, but I want to smell it when I walk in the freaking room. That's my problem.
And you don't realize how hot they get too, because my son had these little temperature sensors in every room, and he'd be like, "Your room is always really warm at night." And I'm like,
"Oh my God,
I have candles."
Thank God my son doesn't have those. He tried to tell me my computer generates a lot of heat. Your computer generates a lot of heat.
Well, it might.
Okay. So does all those fucking power tools.
I bet Dolphins does. Like her computer's probably.
Okay, well, he needs to know. Son, sit down. Your baby's got video games all over this house. You got shit all over this house. We all got TVs. We got power tools running here and yonder. And my computer puts off heat and electricity. Well, that's okay. I pay for it. I pay my bills. No. So my son would be the same way. I'd be like, get your temperature sensor out of my room. That's how that would have went down between me and my kiddo. He'd have been like rolling his eyes at me. Did y'all work it out? Did y'all get it all squared away? We know he didn't say the exact phrasing first time
When
around.
you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. we were there to support Karen and ultimately get her to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors, disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
For the day?
Jurors, we could
It's
do
only
6 minutes, but I think this is probably...
only one. This is why the trial takes so darn long, because she freaking keeps making half days and.
As I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where
Are
we thought
we?
we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left.
Good to know.
Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All right, for the board, please.
To see counsel at
She won't
sidebar,
see them
please.
Monday morning. You just misspoke, Bev.
Did she say a half a day Monday too?
No, she said the jury's off on Monday, but the
Jury's
court
off?
is not. They have
Oh.
some things to work out.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
They're going to be at hearing. Done
Yep,
for the
done for the
day.
day.
Dalton. They decided to wrap up and done. They ain't even taking lunch and then come back at it for a little while. Like, I don't understand this lady, but whatever. That's cool. That's cool, Bev. You do you. I'm not here to argue with you, Bev. I feel
She works half days.
Yeah, Bo's been doing that with a long time. She ain't my fight to win. I don't care about her. She
Well,
just
there's
misses the rest of us. So
time left to go over all the other stuff then.
yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So I think what I'm gonna do, just because I don't want to confuse my streams, is shut this one down. Come back up within 30 minutes with a fresh stream, focusing on the rest of the Koberger documents. We'll get those too. That way we can all just take like a half-hour break, get up and go to the restroom, get a drink. No, it's not a true holiday. She gave the jury a day off and called it their holiday, gave them a holiday. They can't be there. They got shit to work out still because they couldn't get it done before trial. So whatever they're doing, they're doing. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. I can't explain why they're not getting their shit together before trial over there. It makes no damn sense. I'm not even gonna try. So let me shut this stream down. We'll be back in 30 minutes, 12:30, and we'll present the Koberger filings, and that way I can dedicate the stream just to that and not mix it in with this stuff here. All right, guys, thank you for coming in. Firefly, Dolphin, if you guys want to join me back up here in a half hour, I would love it. I'll get you the link over there. All right, guys, I'll see you back in about 30 minutes.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love.